is breaking over the horizon, engines waking in the quiet sky. Midnight storms are falling silent, runways glowing far below. Every mile we crossed together was a path we had to know. Through the clouds the wings kept climbing, through the dark we held the line. Now the morning spreads before us like a long-awaited sign. Glass and steel grow pale behind me, screens surrender to the sun. All the shadows of the evening disappear when night is done. Every scheme that ruled the darkness, every throne built in the air, turns to dust beneath the daylight when the truth is standing there.
Golden light across the runway, stories finally take their shape. Every choice that once divided now becomes the
the silence of the nightfall, through the echoes of the chase. Morning shows a different future, written in the open space. Dawn of spotlight 441. Silver wings greet the sun. Through the night, the course was run. Now the legend has begun. Dawn of spotlight 441. Engines rising with the sun. From the dark, the flight is born into skies of endless dawn. Morning wind across the wing carries voices from the night. Every mile ahead is open, every sky is clear and bright.
Every shadow left behind us, every secret fades away. Only open skies remain now in the light of breaking day.
Even empires built in darkness bow before the rising light. Dawn of spotlight 441. Silver wings greet the sun. Through the night, the course was run. Now the legend has begun. Dawn of spotlight 441. Engines roaring with the sun. High above the waking earth, a new flight has just begun. Dawn of spotlight 441. Through the clouds and into blue. Every ending writes a story, and the sky begins anew.
I'm a drop in the ocean, just a face in a crowd waiting to be seen. Big dreams set in motion, I wanna go where no one's ever been. I would climb the highest mountain, I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky, yeah, I really thought we'd make it. Got my head in the clouds, but I can see the world from up here, from up here, from up here. The world from up here, from up here, from up here. Can see the world from up here. Go ahead, call me crazy. I always see the good in everyone. Blue-eyed and naive, wow. Way up here, I can see the sun. I would climb the highest mountain, I would dive the deepest sea, just so I could make you feel what I feel. Aiming for the sky,
757 Spy Flight. I don't know what was going with those two guys there standing there in the scenery. Is that like a fight or something? Hi, well, come on in. Thanks for coming by. Hey, look at that. A cute little Air Berlin F100. And it looks like it's ready to go. In. Thanks for putting in wows and stars and all sorts of cool stuff in. Thank you for stopping by, and a super duper happy Monday to you. Tim Dog's here. Jim just came in. Hi, Bryler Gaming. Kazan Racing. Did I also see Autumn's Art Studio slide in there too? Hi, Autumn. Good to see you. Airbusky, good to see you. Thank you for coming by. Sunjammer jamming by with some wows and a very, very cool looking, always full glass of Guinness from Two-Tone Morphe and a nice Sunjammer Sherlock Holmes emote too. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. So yesterday was a bit of a what's the word? A catastrophe, I guess, with 5 restarts and stuff on the sim. I mean, 5 in a row was absolutely insane. But I think I figured out what the problem was, and I don't know how it got started, but I think I've got a fix. So if you're just starting Microsoft Flight Simulator and you're having a problem getting, okay, let's get a little more centered here. Getting into the cockpit, you know how you do Shift+C from walk around mode and nothing works? Somehow one of your configuration files has changed. And it's basically, you know, pointed to some other thing on the keyboard, and that's what's not going to work for you. So I'll show you how to fix it a little bit later on. We can get going here, and or I can do it right now. If you say, I can't get into my airplane, it's a really simple fix. But it took forever for me to kind of look around and see what was going on. And all the airplanes that we were having trouble with yesterday now magically are working, you know, like a charm. So that's the good news, and I think everything's going to be working. So there we go. In the meantime, it's time to say thanks to Dogs for a nice 64-month resub. Dogs has been here for a long time, including a big move from one state to another. So I hope you're enjoying your new state there, Dogs, and thank you for coming in, and thank you for keeping me going here, and I hope things are going good for you. By the way, Dogs did some live streaming on the Dogs channel too, on both Twitch and YouTube. Ollie's here. Good knob and Ollie. Thanks for coming in. Thanks, Salt Lake. Russ is here. The hardware bindings. It is a hardware binding, and and maybe we ought to just go ahead and let's go ahead and do this. And I'm also going to record this. I'm also going to record this for YouTube, okay? So that we can, I can kind of show you what's going on. So give me a quick sec, and let's see. We got to turn that off, and let's go here. Where's my screen record button? There it is. Hey there, YouTube. Thanks for joining me right now. Had a little problem on the spy flight yesterday. There was something wrong with my keyboards. You know how you're getting into Microsoft Flight Simulator and you're trying to Shift+C to get in? Well, the problem is somehow some keyboard configurations are changing. I don't know how they got changed in mine, but it absolutely meant that I couldn't fly most every airplane that I've got. Well, I figured out what the problem was, and let's say we're all loaded in right now. You can see I got the Just Flight F100 over here, and what we're going to do is go over to the keyboard settings tab. You can do this here. You don't even have to escape out, which if you're having this problem, you can't even escape out, right? Can't even do that. So what you need to do is go over to keyboard. And if you look over here, it's a little hard to see. It's kind of small. See where it says Keyboard Presets Config, General Controls. Over here, my keyboard setting problem was this had been changed. And I've changed it back. It was set to my new general profile. And there was nothing in it. There were no settings in there whatsoever. So the secret, if you've got my keyboard 2024 Transversal is what they call it. So I just shifted that over there. And then I got out of this, and all of a sudden, my Shift+C and my escape button and all of my other buttons started working again. So if you're having that problem, somehow, some way, that has changed, and that's how it is that you can get back into your airplane and hopefully that's going to work for you. So that's a short little video for you. That's what was going on with me, and I hope it helps you make your plane work a little bit better too. We're going to go back to our live spy flight right now. Thanks for joining me on YouTube, and we'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Okay, I'm going to post that over on YouTube a little bit later on, but that is what you do. That's how you fix it, and I'm not kidding. It solved every problem. Yesterday we thought it might have been the livery, that we had in the 737 Max. Guess what? No, it had nothing to do with the livery or anything else. Sunjammer had joysticks remapped. Yeah, it's crazy. And Russ has spent days trying to resolve these issues. And I know. And I kind of just stumbled on it. I just figured it out. So, is there an L1011 next to me? No kidding. Okay, so let's see. We got a Eurowings over there. And is there an L1011 over here? It's probably going to look, yeah, so the model matching doesn't show an L1011. So, that's okay. That'll be fine. I should be live on YouTube, dogs. I should be live on YouTube. Both of them are live. I was just recording that. I was recording that on YouTube for later. Yeah, looks like YouTube's fine, dogs. Thank you for telling me. But yeah, we're there. So Sunjammer, you had stuff totally remapped, huh? All right, let's go and do airplane stuff. Okay, this is more fun, right? So we're here in the F100. And, okay, Blue, thank you for telling me. Flying Trits 4, thank you for confirming. So, let's see. A little problem here. When I signed into VATSIM here, all of a sudden, all the jetways were gone. All the jetways were gone. Well, if you know the Air Berlin, this is one of those doors that doesn't have air stairs. So you know how some of the F100s did not have air stairs. This one doesn't. So what are we going to do? Let's come on over here and go to aircraft and see if we have options. No, I don't see any stairs there. How are the passengers going to get aboard? Well, let's go over to GSX and let's operate some stairs. And we'll use some of Lufthansa's stairs. And now what we'll do is it's going to roll some stairs over here. I hope it's going to roll some stairs over here. And then we can go and get aboard the plane. So if you want, that's what you've got. Blue has got a challenge today. You're going to fly this into Copenhagen. Look, it's like any other airplane into Copenhagen. It really is. You know what the secret is? It is basically, take your time and a little pre-planning. Hey, look at that. We're going to get some lufty stairs in. Let's see. Patent says spy hat and Theta says to hydrate. Oh my gosh, look at these. These are, you steer them. I guess it's probably got a little motor assist on there, and that's how that works. So that's how we got some stairs there. Emmer goes, all sorts of magic today. Ollie have been put on a work course on Wednesday that's all about aircraft crashes and how they happened. And then I have an early morning flight on Tuesday. Okay, is the person that put you on that assignment, Ollie, did they know that you had an early morning flight on Thursday? Is there somebody that's engaging in some sort of like revenge or something like that? Because that sounds like mean or something. Let's do a quick hydrate here. Super duper tasty. All right, so now we can go ahead and open the forward passenger door. Let's also request a GPU. So let's get a ground power unit. And did the power door open? That should open the door. There it goes. All right, there's ground power. There's a door. And all that looks good. Okay, not so bad. We could also open cargo. You don't have to, but you can do these sorts of things. So Theta said to hydrate, and we need a spy hat. So spy hat, about the best that I'm going to be able to do today is going to be... I don't have a Fokker cap, so we'll have to use this. All right, let's come on out of here. And we're going to go to OPF, and it should go and get our flight plan. Now then, we're in Germany, and in VATSIM Germany, one of the cool things that you've got is you've got CPDLC. But I don't think this airplane is equipped with CPDLC yet. Let's import all the weights in there. And let's import the weights, and I'm going to go ahead and start refueling. So we'll start refueling right now. Do we have subsequent flights? I haven't planned anything yet today. There is a... I know, some people would not understand and take offense. And in the world of today, you know, that could get you shot. So I probably better not have any Fokker caps. Maybe someday we'll get to fuck around with things like that, but not now. And I think the jokes have started. For CPDLC, how could we get that? There's a thing that Quas made called Easy CPDLC. And the bell means Easy CPDLC is now active. And there we go. So let's go ahead and connect. And system message is going to say that the login and sim brief is now successful. We can get rid of that. Let's go to ATC. And what we'll do is request a clicks or clearance. Yellow cards from Ollie. Oh, for the joke. Yeah, that's going to happen. Let's see. Theta is going to do an A321 from Orlando to LaGuardia today. So let's see. Our recipient is EDDN. We're in Nürnberg. We are at stand 15. And the best place to get an ATIS is over here. Nürnberg ATIS, information echo, still using runway 28. So our flight plan should be good. So information echo. Okay, and a nice little guten Abend and a nice little polite sentence. Ollie says now we need a red card. We have to have a red card now. Hello, Viz. Welcome. Thanks for coming by. Oh, Theta, you'd like to do Orlando to LaGuardia. Okay, with that, let's just go ahead and set that over there. Good to see you, Loviz. I hope you're having a good day. I don't know if you saw over on Discord, I think I've solved all the problems from yesterday. So I am feeling particularly brilliant right now, even though I basically stumbled into it all. So let's go ahead and do battery. Battery goes on. We got ground power. Oh, ground power goes on. Airplane has really good sounds. And we're going to come over here and let's do external lighting. There's external lighting. Let's do emergency exit lights. Now armed. Got to go ahead and do those. Tomb Trekker, welcome aboard. Hey, look at this. We got a couple of messages. Here's our first one. Our message has been received and it's told us to stand by. And then our next message says, we are cleared. Okay. So that's really cool. Let's see. Tim Arnold, it is fun time. Absolutely. Now that we've solved the problem. You're setting up the that's right. Loviz found out that there was an update for the A340-600. That's the super long Airbus with 4 engines. It is a little bit of a long one for sure. And generally we like to do shorter ones. Okay. Cleared to Copenhagen off of runway 28 via the Erto 1 Golf departure. Our squawk today is 2505. I'm going to write that down. Next frequency for us is 121.760. 121.760. Request startup and EBOT at 121.76. Okay, let's go over here and I'm going to accept it. And that's good. Let's also go and do, let's see, are they using the CTOT page today? Departure, München, departure frequency is München radar on 129.525. Let's jot that down. 129.525. I think it's ADS maybe? ADS. Nope, that's not it. Usually they have it listed over here in these. Okay, so ADIS over here, information. What do we have here? Our clearance has been received, confirmed. Cool. Did they put that in the ADIS in the clearance? Let's see. V8 VATSIM EBOT. Let's see. Estimated off blocks time. Nope, I don't think that's it. And it doesn't look like they've got that over here. Wind. Nuremberg information. Ground Nuremberg feedback. That's not it. Maybe the tower has it listed in there. Nope, they don't have it in there. So we can't do our targeted off blocks time. So everything else looks really good here. We'll just fly out of here and act like we own the place. How's that sound? Let's see. Tim Arnold became a member 00 today. You did, Tim? Thank you for being you mean a 00 over on YouTube? That was really nice of you. Thank you. I just started that out, and that's where I usually put the morning videos. Although today I didn't do a morning video because I was deep into troubleshooting mode. Thanks, Tim, for the extra support. And let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're just turning up the CRTs on this old airplane. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And now we're going to come over here. And we need to do the co-pilot. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got all of our CRTs turned up, so that's really good. Let's go ahead, and it's probably pretty hot here. I imagine we need the APU up here to get some air conditioning going in the airplane. So we need to get that going too. Okay, let's do init. And our route today is EDDN, Nuremberg. And we are going to EKCH. And it's going to go get our flight plan. Martel's arrived. Hi, Martel. Low vis, we were flying Cactus F-70s out of Phoenix the other day. Oh, you were? How is the Cactus F-170? That's actually a cool little airplane. We could go and do what Lovis was doing after this if we want to, you know, go and fuck around in, you know, Phoenix. Yes, I think that that joke is just going to happen all day today. So, you know, might as well just surrender. You flew it in the FNO on Friday. I remember that I took it into the little VATSIM event that we did. No, it wasn't VATSIM. When we went out to Kelowna, and that was really nice. Okay, looking good here. And I bet we're loaded with... Refueling is complete. Let's start welcoming our passengers on board. And the passengers are coming up through the jetway, through stairs. And we're going to give them 5 minutes to get on board. We got 95 passengers. They're going to move like they've got a purpose. Okay, so block fuel. Let's see. Our block fuel should be... We need the flight plan. Our block fuel should be 6.4. Is that what we got? There's a totalizer over here. Hey, look at that. 6.4. So 6.4 is block fuel. Let's see. You were trying to get on a fly with you out of Phoenix, but you had a... Oh, Dogs was trying to fly with Loviz on that one. I'll bet that would have been a fun flight for y'all. Okay, Dogs, I gotta ask, you been in Colorado a few months now. Have you made it down to Denver and Casa Bonita on Colfax Avenue out on West Colfax, basically west of I-25? Zero fuel weight should be 36.3. 36.3 should be our zero fuel weight. That looks really good. And here on the Fokker, you really can't go and do any of these other little buttons. So you just can't do that one. Happy Monday. Sleeveless Joe is here. Hey, good evening. Okay, Nuremberg, Sid. We are departing off of runway 28. We are going to do the Ertog 1 Golf departure. There's no transition and insert. You haven't made it down to Denver yet, only for a track meet. Okay. Well, eventually, I'm sure you'll make it down there. For where you are, that is actually a bit of a track. So it'll be one of those things that you'll need to plan. Okay, the star. We are expecting the ILS 22 right or left? Sometimes SimBrief puts us over on the other side. Fortunately, we got a good charts app in this airplane. The Navigraph charts in this is really pretty good. So departure, we'll just start stacking them up here. So taxi. Hey, I hear air conditioning in the airplane now. Parking stands, airport, and then the ERTOG, 1 Golf departure. Oh, by the way, we ought to look at that. Notice how they didn't give us a climb clearance? You gotta check that out here, or else you're gonna get yelled at. Initial climb clearance. Aha, flight level 70. 070. See how they didn't put that in your clearance? But you absolutely positively gotta make sure that you check for the initial climb clearance. Otherwise, you're gonna feel pretty silly. Okay, all that looks good. Our arrival in Copenhagen is Monarch 5 Charlie. So star. Monarch, is it 4 Charlie or 5? 5 Charlie. It's unusual. Monarch 5 Alpha, 5 Bravo, Monarch 5 Charlie. It's the third from the top. And then our approach is, gave me 22 right, or do we want 22 left? I think we're gonna want 22 left. Yeah, you want 22 left. SimBrief gave me the wrong one. They're gonna bring us in on 22 left. Gotta make sure you get the right one, or else you'll go to the wrong runway, and they don't like that very much. Airport, parking gates, and now we go to saved. And now we can go and check that. So Monarch, we come in via Monarch. So yeah, that the first thing is it's 22 left. 22 left, that's what we were doing this for. Yeah, okay, 22 left is our arrival runway. I'm gonna put that down in my notes as 22 left as well. And it's the Monarch 5 Chuckles arrival. And there's no transition in. And make sure that you don't choose any of those transitions either. So you don't want to do that one. Let's see. Theta, what's my favorite sim plane? Tough question. We've got so many good ones right now. This is at the top of the list, you know, in the top 5, but it's tough to pick a favorite. Salt Lake to Chicago, Chicago to Kennedy, and Kennedy to Frankfurt. Salt Lake City flights, you got long flights today. Joe is at the library. You got a video of the 4014 Big Boy. That's that big steam locomotive, right?
Boarding is complete.
That's that monster steam locomotive. 1017 on the altimeter. 1017. That looks pretty good. 7,000 feet. Got to dial that in. Yes, you can use the Airbus autopilot with the Fokker. You do have to use MobiFlight, but it does work, and it works pretty good. It works pretty good. Squawk tip for today is 2505, 2505. Our next frequency is going to be 129525. 129525. Got told right turn 150. You didn't realize the heading. Well, I'll tell you what. You know what? That's a good thing. You know, we're here to learn, and that's what we do here on VATSIM is we learn all sorts of cool new stuff. Vintrix is in chat. What scenery do I have to make your game look so realistic? Actually, it's, what have I got for this airport? This is one of the paywares. One of the best places to look for payware for extra scenery to add to make it look so realistic is FlightSim Add-on Compare. I'm going to send a link to this in chat. It's free to use. It's free to use, and then what you do is put in EDDN for Nuremberg. That's what we're doing here. And let's see, got Fred's Airports, Digital Products, Captain 7. No, that's not Nuremberg. I would imagine, well, I'm not sure which one I've got. It's tough for me to keep track because I've bought so many of them, you know. But that's a good place to look and see. I'd also just look right in the marketplace too. Lova's got the A340-600 updated, set up and doing a quick circuit. You haven't flown it since crossed the pond? No kidding. Diamond Mike finished your flight from Stuttgart to Palma de Mallorca. That was a great flight. How was the arrival into Palma today? Okay, doors are closed. Let's get ready to rumble here. So APU should be up and running, and it is available. So let's do windshield heaters, and I'm going to disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected, and we're going to run off the APU here. We do need to make sure that we do the departure altitude. Hey, aloha, Polyot, mahalo for coming on in. Thanks for checking in. Hey, how was the mahi-mahi last night? Polyot had really cool food. Okay, 1,044 feet. That is our departure elevation. So there is 1,000. We probably ought to set this correctly. There's 1,000. One more click, that should do it. Little crosswind, but Diamond Mike got to do a nice land at Palma today, and the mahi-mahi was very good. All right, this looks really good. Departure heading is going to be 275 because it's 28. And I think it's already loaded in. Yeah, it's an RNAV departure, so it's loaded in. I hope you are having a great vacation and a wonderful time. And there's no alligators. I did figure out what our big problem was yesterday, and I just recorded one of those, you know, things that you suggested that I do. If I'm going to record something that might be good to be putting on YouTube, I just recorded that, and I'll put it on YouTube on how to fix all of our keyboard problems. I think I kind of fell into it by accident, so I wish I could say I'm sitting here feeling very smart and victorious, but I think I just got lucky. Okay, ground power is going to go away. Parking brake is on. I'm going to disconnect chocks. Any plans after this? Blue, I don't have a plan yet. Loviz suggested maybe we go into the Fokker 70 and do a America West flight, Fokker flight out of Phoenix. Really, I didn't do an awful lot of looking around this morning. I got up early this morning, made coffee, and started trying to troubleshoot the problems. I mean, 5 restarts of Flight Sim yesterday, and I think we barely got it going, so it was a little bit of a crazy day for me. Let's see, 121,760. 121,760. I'm also, to be honest, just a tad bit after all of that, so there you go. That was not really a suggestion. I'm not flying it today. You're busy with work? Oh, okay. The only satisfaction of doing all that is you fixed it. Yes, it's fixed. It's fixed. We could go back up to Canada. Well, why don't we wait till we get up in the air? And let's get up in the air and let's see. We'll look at the VATSIM map and see what trouble we can get in there. Okay? Captain Chris, good Abend. How is it in Frankfurt tonight? Okay, all of this looks really good. I'm going to come over here and do my performance real fast. Import the aircraft, import sim brief, import live weather. Captain Chris, you're just joining. You got to go to bed. Ooh, early shift. Yeah. So Captain Chris has a schedule. Captain Chris has to do 3 days of the early shift and 3 days of the late shift and then get some days off. That sounds really hard. Okay, all of this looks good. Let's calculate. And it's going to be fine. So flaps, ooh, unusual. So it's going to be flaps 8 on the departure. Now you can export the final weight of the aircraft back into the airplane. And you can export your speeds. And you can also set your toga and your flex up there too. Let's see. Polyot says, enjoy the flight. You're going to be horsing around on the beach. Well, I'll tell you what there, buckaroo. I'll stop doing John Wayne. I hope you're having a blast. It sounds like it's such a good time. And thank you for letting me do the horsing around joke. Because, you know, horses. Can you imagine what it must be like, you know, if you're a student at rodeo school and a bunch of guys are messing around over there and the instructor says, hey, you guys over there, quit horsing around. I mean, come on, what are we supposed to... That's what we're here to do, right? Uh-oh, I'm a terrible pilot. I have forgotten to align. Oh, I'm terrible. Oh, man. Sorry about this. Let's see. A great horse trip today. That should be fun. All right, I'm sure that this ground person would really like to get away, so let's get rid of the stairs. Bye, stairs. Operate stairs is completing. There goes the stairs. When Salt Lake flies the max, I usually do flaps 5. I usually do flaps 5 on the max, on 737s for departure. That's actually a pretty good little animation there for these stairs. I think it's a little motor assist here. Nope, shorts, beach shirt, and flip-flops. Why can't I say that? Flip-flops. Loviz says on the 600 or 700 though, the 737-6 or 7, you're supposed to use flaps 1. Or they call them flip-flops or thongs. And it's... Okay, I'm sure you know where my twisted brain is going right now. I'm just going to be quiet and be pleasant. Because there's no way that I could follow that up with a polite comment without sounding really gross. So I'm just going to be quiet. Just going to hush and dial my frequencies in. No, there wasn't an update. Espresso Kate is here. Hi, Kate. Welcome on in. And a happy Monday to you. I hope your Monday is off to a good start. So let's see. V2 is 140. 140. I forgot to do my alignment stuff. And I forgot to hit align IRS. This is terrible. Okay, let's do clear it, constraints, airport, and traffic. When Dad Game Time was a kid, we called flip-flops thongs in the American Midwest. I don't know when or why the change happened. I don't really care. Didn't really care, but it didn't change. I think it probably changed when it became an article of an undergarment when instead of it becoming footwear, it became buttwear. Sorry. Can't help it. I'm just really glad that everything's working today. And we figured out a solution to everything. Let's see, altimeter. We ought to set the altimeters. Oh, we already did. That's right, they're set. We could come over here and we could uncage this. Dark Ninja is back. Welcome aboard, Dark Ninja. Thanks for coming in today. Let's have GSX prepare us for pushback and departure now. Irvi had a joke for that, but it's a bit too... Yeah, see, that's the thing. You could probably go a little bit too far, right? Okay, all of this looks really good. Let's come on down here, and parking brakes are indeed on. All of our numbers are set here. Oh, you do have to remember your trim setting. Trim is 3.1. 3.1 is trim.
Bypass pin inserted.
Let's go back to the aircraft. I'm going to pull chocks. Chocks are pulled. We still can't move the airplane yet. We got to wait just a little bit longer here. Let's listen in on VATSIM. That looks really good. And we're going to go to charts. I'm going to put the airplane in. Okay, so we'll push back. It'll be Mike 3, Mike 2, Alpha to the runway. And we're still aligning. You can still click on the TOC on the aircraft page to automatically. Oh, you can. You don't have to do it. I actually kind of like to set it myself, because this one, you know how the F-28 has the Pac-Man sound? We haven't quite figured out what the sound is for this airplane yet, but it's some sort of a video game sound that's, you know, rather entertaining.
Release parking brakes, please.
Dark Ninja says to hydrate. Let's hydrate. Thanks, Dark Ninja. And we have just a little bit of waiting to do anyway, but we've also got that L1011 behind us.
Guten Abend, die Eurowings 3 Charlie.
But we can hydrate just a little bit. Camera is slightly off.
Die Eurowings 3 Charlie, wenn möglich, für ein paar WFA-Platzrunden eine Airbus A320 Information Echos an Bord.
It's probably too much. Ground crew's going to get tired of waiting, but we have to wait to get all of the alignment done. I don't know. Oh, there is an alignment page. 6 minutes to go. 5 minutes to go. I'm just turning up the backlighting here. Now we've got some nice backlighting on the instruments. Paul is back in chat. Welcome back, Paul. Thanks for coming in today. VATSIM Radar 2.10 is coming out, but you can test it now. Maybe it's just a more efficient use of the, it's a more efficient use of, you know, they did, you know, recoded it or something. That's right. Dad Game Time says the trim on this airplane sounds like the arcade game Defender. So just a little bit of waiting. 4 minutes. Not too much longer. Not too much longer. Passengers look happy. Let's go and use this time to just have a look around the world and see what's going on. So after we get to Copenhagen, lots of ATC, but usually about the time we do our first flight, that's when Europe starts going to bed, especially on a Monday. There is this separate app, I don't remember what it's called, and I don't know if they're using it.
Von rechts nach links, rollen zum Rolladämpfe 28, Verbindung Bravo über Mike 2 und Bravo, Eurowings 3 Charlie.
This must be it. Yeah, I think this is it. Now give me a link to it. There it is, VG Dias. Here it is. This is the page. I'll put it in chat for you. There we go. I missed my targeted off blocks time. So the current time, it's 18:43. Let's update it to 18:50.
And number 3, trigger time 2226.
Loviz says they've added turbulence to the A3400. From Tolis, maybe? Almost ready to go. So I just updated it there, and that's the one. You know, I really should save this. We use it all the time. I'm just going to save that. I'm going to put it up here on the bar. And I'm going to put it over here by VATSIM stuff. There we go. And that should be good. I think I'll remember that, so I'll just take the name out of it. And that should save a little space on my bar up there. It's getting kind of full. It's getting kind of full of stuff up here. All right, how we doing? Almost time, 2 minutes to go. And almost time for our window. So Loviz says it's bouncing around a lot. 1 minute to go, and it's almost time to our window. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we have 10 minutes to call in now to request pushback and startup. And 1 more minute, and then we can call. Well, let's see. Let's just go outside and look and see. Is anybody behind us? No, nobody behind us, really. But I do want to make sure that we're fully 100% ready to go before I call into ATC and say, can we push and start? Because if they say, you've got to do an immediate, immediate start. And that's now 0. And now we should start to see stuff appear here. I wonder if turbulence is something that you can change within the settings of that particular airplane. If I recall, in the exciting days of tolless airplane flying and X-plane, we could do that. I think you do. I do the control lock before taxi. That's when I do that. And I forget sometimes. All right, we're ready to go. Look at that. Okay, let's go ahead and do seatbelts. Seatbelts going on. Let's go and do windshield heaters. No, probe heaters. Let's go and do fuel pumps. Fuel pumps are all on. We are ready to go. Nürnberg ground, guten Abend. Air Berlin 441 is a Fokker F100 at stand 15. Information Echo is aboard requesting startup and pushback.
One info Foxtrot now current and push and stand by for push.
We'll stand by for push. Foxtrot is now aboard for Berlin 441. I don't mind waiting at this point. At this point, we don't mind waiting a sec. Okay, so we're all good to go there with VDGS. Cool little website, and it's in Germany right now. I think it's being rolled out in other parts of the world. I probably am waiting for that airplane right there. That's probably why we're waiting. A lot of the Air Berlin Airbuses, after Air Berlin closed, went to Eurowings. So Eurowings is the airline that got a lot of the Air Berlin equipment. Gonna probably have to wait until after that airplane rolls too. Our ground crew is probably getting sick and tired of waiting for us.
Nürnberg Ground, schönen guten Abend, Lufthansa 953 taxiing via Echo Foxtrot.
Somebody's got a big old FedEx MD-11 at the end of the ramp.
953 Nürnberg Ground.
Oh, this one's coming in.
Gate 12 via
That one's
Foxtrot.
coming in. Hi, Eurowings.
Stand 1-2 via Foxtrot, Juliet and Mike 2, Lufthansa 953.
All right, we should be able to go now. One last hydration of coffee here before we depart. Very tasty. Let's see. Outside, 76 degrees and cloudy, not nearly as hot as yesterday. We could turn the beacon on.
And Nürnberg Ground, Lufthansa 953, was it gate 12 or 18? I just forgot.
Gate 12.
Somebody just blasted off.
12, Lufthansa 953, thank you.
Motherboard Hotel Sierra, request taxi.
Oh, the Eurowings just disappeared.
Hotel Sierra taxi loading point 108 via Mike 3, Mike 2 and Alpha.
And a Lufthansa just appeared.
Mike 3, Mike 12. Motherboard Hotel Sierra.
Sleeveless Joe, yeah, Loviz is checking it up right. Loviz is checking out that update right now. Checking it out for us. Says there's a lot. Says there's a lot more turbulence
Very
in
sorry.
it.
Continuing via Foxtrot and Mike 2, Lufthansa 953. I usually get this route. I don't know.
No problem.
Caden is back in chat. Hi, Caden. Welcome on in. Okay, almost time to go. I hope. This is quite the ground delay. Maybe that Lufty is coming in over by us. We're at gate 15. They said that one's going to gate 12, though. Maybe that one's over here. Yeah, they could be coming up near us. Yeah, they're not going to our gate. Nürnberg Ground, hello again. Air Berlin 441 has information. Foxtrot at 15, requesting start and push.
Berlin 441, push and start approved, face east. Sorry.
Push start approved, face east. Thanks so much for Berlin 441. Are we ready to rumble? Let's go. Parking. A lot of airplanes in Nürnberg tonight.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Here we go.
Ground.
Let's go ahead and get them started. Started going on. Engine number 2. Engine number 2 starts. And I like looking at this gauge here, the N2 on the far right side there. At 15%, we'll add fuel. And here comes fuel. And we should be getting an engine starting.
Departure initial coming 0, squawk 1127, FedEx 125.
FedEx 125, feedback is correct, and startup approved.
Roger, thanks, it's approved, FedEx 125. Runner 185 vacated via Delta.
Parking brakes are set.
Hello. Taxi via Foxtrot, Juliet, Mike 3, gate 14.
So runner 185 for Foxtrot,
Oh, I think I know
Juliet,
why.
and Mike 3.
No,
gate
door's not
14.
closed. All right. Let's go ahead and start engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. And here comes the N2 over on this side. You want to do that at about 15%. So there's 10, 11, 12, about midway between the 1 and the 2. 15 and fuel. There goes fuel. Oh Dreams is on the way to Copenhagen. See you in Copenhagen.
Inflate the vest by pulling the red tabs.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Blow into the mouthpiece. Do not inflate your vest until you are outside the aircraft. In the event of low cabin pressure,
And we're going to turn off the top menu and GSX. And there we're going to wave at us. Hey there. And there's a wave there. It's going to be a rainy approach today, really. A rainy approach into Copenhagen. Careless, that is exactly what I've got. All sorts of careless here. All right, all this is looking pretty good. We are going to be doing a flaps 8 departure. Unusual, this airplane normally doesn't have flaps at all for departures, so flaps are 8. That looks pretty good. We're going to turn on the auto brakes to RTO. Auto brakes are set.
Nürnberg ground.
Let's go ahead and flight directors on. 1, 2. I'm going to turn on auto throttle, nav, and profile. Nav and profile are set. We are squawking just fine. Let's request taxi. It's time to go.
Oslo via the Reto One Golf departure. Flight level 70, squawk 25.
Oh, I forgot to set trim.
T2 Oslo via
Trim.
Reto 1 Golf, departure climb via 70 and squawk 2511, Lufthansa 5 Echo Tango.
Lufthansa 5 Echo Tango, repeat is
3.1.
FedEx on to ready for taxi.
Oh, the FedEx down at the end of the way is going to taxi.
Taxi holding point 108 via Alpha.
Wait, we are for FedEx on to
Nürnberg ground, hello again. Berlin 441, pushed and started from stand 15, requesting taxi.
Berlin 441, taxi holding point 108 via Mike 3, Mike 2 in Alpha, hold short of Mike 2.
Berlin 441, runway 28 via Mike 3, Mike 2 and Alpha. Hold short, though, of Mike 2 for Berlin 441.
Good evening, ground. This is 2Jet 196.
Shall we go?
28, and we're currently on Charlie.
Taxi lights extend and on. Parking brakes off. Franz Oberhauser died 22 years ago in an avalanche.
Via Mike 2, copy.
Is Blofeld. Is that Diamonds Are Forever? Or was that the James Bond, the Daniel Craig version?
Cabin is secured.
Okay, we're on Mike 3, and I bet we're holding short for that TUI jet up there. That was a Daniel Craig one. I almost confused that with another name that was like that from Diamonds Are Forever, who was played by Ed Bishop, who was Commander Straker in UFO. Klaus Oberheimer, was that it? I don't. Man, that a long time ago. I haven't seen that one in a long time. Loviz said that they were playing at Loviz's neighborhood. You Only Live Twice on TV the other day. Okay, there's Mike 3. Spectre, that's it. We're supposed to hold short at Mike 2. And there's Mike 2, so we're holding short now. We're being very good pilots right now.
Could you give me the...
I've got a really cool idea. You know what we should do now? We're going to save embarrassment. I'm going to turn off the control lock. I think that's a great idea. Nobody needs the control lock in.
Are you in the air or on the ground?
I'm on the ground, but I just wanted to clear something because he was pretty rude to me, and I don't know why, because I clipped it and he doesn't understand, I think.
Lufthansa 955.
Uh-oh, somebody had a problem.
Via the text chat.
Could you send me his text, or is that not possible? I cannot find it.
Let's see. Sunjammer says they're showing James Bond on ITV.
Echo Data Data
You got to see
November Data
Thunderball, and You Only Live Twice.
Okay, I found him. Thank you. And good evening. Danke, ciao.
Sure.
Runner 15 in the parking lot. Thank you for control. Have a nice day. Bye bye.
Thank you for flying by.
I extended my landing lights out of the wingtip. See, the landing light has dropped down. The ones out on the wing, the wingtips are actually kind of cool.
Nürnberg Town, good evening, Lufthansa for Mike Romeo X Charlie, request taxi to gate.
We're holding short of Mike 2 right now.
First, Berlin 441, you can continue taxi.
Continue taxi, Berlin 441, thanks. Up, and away.
Lufthansa from Mike Romeo.
Oh,
taxi,
I imagine, yeah, that's going to be ad TV. I would imagine Sunjammer, they're really annoying.
100 right to left on Mike.
And they probably have got a lot of them in there too, right?
To gate 09 via Mike 2, give way to the Fokker 100, crossing Mike 3.
I think the sounds that they did in here are really pretty good. O Dreams says that ITV randomly does that. They'll show nothing but crap for 3 years, then they'll do a James Bond run for a few weeks. Sunjammer says that Comcast is going to buy up ITV. Wow, really? I thought ITV was like this untouchable success story over there. Blows me away. The morning coffee is done. I got up about an hour early today. Just so that I could go and try and troubleshoot Microsoft Flight Simulator. So needless to say, the coffee's pretty much done. Hey, Airbus Geek, welcome aboard. It's been a little bit crazy here today. And the whole thing is I have neglected to turn them on. I have to actually hit a switch. Sorry about that. Thank you for telling me. Welcome on in. Good to see you. And Viper Strike is here. Welcome to you too.
Bits intercepted. Intel secured.
Laxon, thank you for dropping some bits and just checking my alerts for me. Appreciate it. Captain Chris, that's right. Captain Chris has to get up really early tomorrow morning. Good luck with the early wake-up call, Captain Chris. Thanks for coming in. Hope it's a great day tomorrow. Our next live spy flight is going to be Thursday. Remember, if you get a chance to take a look at the VAT Venture stuff on VAT USA. So the only thing that's going to be independent will be the BBC. Take care. Thank you for some extra bits there, Laxon.
Facing east, Lufthansa Pacific, Tango Tango.
And using 4 Tango Sierra Info Golf Green. You're clear to Riga. Sierra 1 Golf departure.
There's a little hill here. There goes the MD-11.
We'll check information
There we go. Airbus Geek is doing some jewels. Thank you for dropping the jewels. I still have to learn what those are all about. I was just checking my reversers. I've had trouble with the reversers.
Via Foxtrot 2 years in my please.
One Foxtrot to Juliet and Mike.
We should get kicked over to tower about now.
Berlin 441, contact tower 1183305, bye-bye.
118305 now for Berlin 441. Thank you. Departure is 129525. I have no idea what those are. I'm relatively new to doing anything more than just popping up an occasional video on YouTube, Airbus Geek. So that's why it is that I don't really know what those things, but I'm trying to learn.
Lufthansa 2 Lima Charlie, descent altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 1017.
Descent altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 1017, Lufthansa 2 Lima Charlie.
Oh,
Nürnberg Tower, hi there from Berlin 441, holding short of runway 28, fully ready.
Berlin 441, Nürnberg Tower, hello, 1 touching, go ahead.
Thank you from Berlin 441. It's like Twitch bits for YouTube. Airbus Geek, oh, that makes perfect sense to me. Thank you for telling me.
Übrigens 3 Charlie, Wind 250 Grad, 8 Knoten, Piste 283, Orbit wird durchstarten.
We probably ought to check our minimum takeoff fuel. Minimum takeoff fuels on page 1, it should be 5.0.
Ryanair 4 Delta Victor, contact Nürnberg ground frequency 121.760.
121.760.
We're at 6.2, so we're in good shape. We have plenty of fuel, we can do our minimum takeoff and we're going to be fine.
Berlin 441, line up runway 28.
Runway 28 and line up, Berlin 441. Strobes.
Nürnberg Tower, good day, you're 78
Cabin call, let's get ready to rumble.
Building 78 data, Nürnberg Tower, hello, 1 departure ahead.
Landing lights going on. We're ready to go. Those were chili jewels. So there's different kinds, right, Airbus Geek? O Dreams is already direct to Monarch.
Übrigens 3 Charlie, verlängern Sie den Gegenanflug.
Verlängern Gegenanflug, übrigens 3 Charlie.
Berlin 441, wind 25, WS 8 knots, runway 28, clear for takeoff.
Runway 28, clear for takeoff. Berlin 441, thanks. Up and away time. Throttle's up about halfway. El Clocko is running. Look down at the engines. The engines appear to be stable. Thrust. And takeoff thrust is set.
Thrust set.
boy, do I really like my new rudder
3
settings.
Charlie, Verkehrsinformation, eine Dash 8 im 3 Meilen.
They were so...
80 knots.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they're not set for this airplane. We ought to check and see.
Traffic inside, you're intended.
Going 3 Charlie, hintergenannten Verkehr in den Flugpiste.
Rotate.
Hintergenannten Verkehr in der Flugpiste 2, Wing 2 Charlie.
Tower, hello,
Positive
you're
climb,
7 Juliet Alpha, Island
gear up.
Kuwait.
Going 7 Juliet Alpha, so we just provide a full speed 1 via
I did start the
Airbus
clock.
A320 ahead.
Reducing to find approach speed and traffic. We have traffic inside your wing 7 Juliet Alpha.
Going 7 8 winds 25 degrees 8 knots, way to 8 to land.
Climb
Runway
cross.
28, clear to land, you're Wing 7 at Delta.
Mention radar. Good Abend, Air Berlin 441 out of Nuremberg, passing 3,200 for 7.
QNH 1017.
Flaps up.
Blocked. Sunturk 63 Quebec Romeo, direct waypoint Delta November 456 at 6,000 feet. QNH 1017.
There's holding at Monarch, really? Hey, that'll be a good test for this airplane. Hey, Keith. Thanks for coming by. We're just departing out of Nuremberg.
FedEx 125, contact München 133, decimal 615.
Buckeye says to stretch. We'll do that in just a sec.
FedEx 125. Lufthansa 1255 over to arrival 119er 475.
Great view. Look at that river over there. And the little farm. This looks really realistic. Man, it keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, and fly heading of 170.
Really keeps looking better. Okay, because of O-Dreams, we'll put in the hold as soon as we get all clicked in here. München, Guten Abend, Air Berlin 441, 5,000 for 7.
441, a very good evening, radar contact, climb flight level 190.
Flight level 190 now for Berlin 441. There we go, flight level 190. George is here, welcome aboard. Okay, so we got to put the hold into this airplane. It's actually really pretty easy.
119er 475. Ciao.
Let's see, transition level here.
Thank you, ciao.
München radar, good evening, Lufthansa 266. Descent flight level
6,000. 6,000 feet, so altimeters, and you do that with this button over here.
Lufthansa 266.
And that's sort of the standard stud button there. Hi, Honda Jet. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming by. We are just getting out of Nuremberg. Thank you for coming on in. Oh, a nice stretch there.
Sunturk 63 Quebec Romeo.
Okay, thanks for reminding us to stretch. Airbus Geek, thank you for the nice, I guess it's the, like you said, it's the version of Cheers. That's really nice of you, thanks. And
Berlin 441, direct Lonely.
Direct to Lonely for Berlin 441. My favorite waypoint. Only for lonely hearts. And out we go to Lonely. Oh wow, there's a waypoint here, and I'm gonna guess that's Lasagna.
Flight level 80.
So after Lonely, our waypoint is Lasagna. Not quite as good as pizza, but a very, very close second. And altimeters are checked and set. They are, but that one still appears to be. I hope it's set. Jordan is in chat. When there is a Copenhagen event, you're still too scared to try it. See, the thing though is, Jordan, by coming and checking a couple, you know, people that might be flying into Copenhagen, you're going to start picking up on all of the cool things that you're going to need to do to learn about Copenhagen. So that's how you get ready for Copenhagen, because you get to hear how everybody's doing stuff, and you'll pick up on that sort of that thing. At least that's the theory.
München, Servus, Lufthansa 5, Hotel passing 170 for 200.
Airplane's doing great.
Lufthansa 5 Alpha Hotel München, good evening. Fly direct Nibil and reach Nibil at flight level 110. Give me a call for ready for descent.
Okay, we gotta put in the hold at Modoc, and that's at Oldpib. The inbound course is 030.
Continue descent altitude 6,000 feet.
It's 030, and it's right turns.
Descent altitude 6,000 feet, QNH 1017, Lufthansa 266.
Berlin 441, contact München 133, decimal 615. Good night.
133.615 now for Air Berlin 441. Thanks so much. Have a good week.
Yeah, thank you. Always a pleasure.
Cheers. 133.615. That's mentioned. And we're looking for Oldpib. Okay, so we put in Oldpib, and then we put hold in. And then our inbound course is 030. 030. It's going to be right turns and insert it. And that's now in. Back to the flight plan. Go to progress on this side, and that looks good. Keith says the heat wave is back. 38 degrees Celsius on Wednesday. Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of that too, Keith.
Condor for Victor Mike München, hello, identified, proceed direct Runen.
München, guten Abend, Air Berlin 441, about 9 miles from Lonely, climbing to flight level 190. Good evening.
Air Berlin 441, München radar, good evening, identified, continue climbing level 340.
Continue that climb, flight level 340 for Air Berlin 441.
Lufthansa 4 Delta Mike, contact Rhein Radar 122.785. 785. Lufthansa 4 Delta Mike 122.785.
You want to do your climb, airplane? All right, we're going to have to do it manually. It's being a brat. Okay. Hey, Nikki. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in today. Jordan.
Hello,
So,
identified, direct Armut.
Direct Armut, 450.
it's not climbing. Do it manually. I'm doing it wrong. So, Jordan, as you're coming into Copenhagen, sometimes things start getting busy. Really busy. So, the hold that we just put in, Oldpib, that's like a man, that you the real world, I think you just pop them in. And some places you actually are not allowed to proceed beyond these holds until ATC tells you can do that. I do things really, really, really early in the flight simulator because I'm like just one person sitting here, and this is a two-person cockpit, and we get really, really busy. And so if I get a little bit of advanced intel, like we got from Dreams that they're doing holds, it's sort of like, let's just put that in right here and right now, because we're going to need to probably do it later. And if we can do it sooner rather than later, that reduces your workload in the cockpit and makes life a lot easier. And that's why. 18,000 feet. Try to do that. Absolutely. Well, that way more people get to come and have fun, Jordan. So thanks for coming in here and saying so. But yeah, that's the secret.
For Victor Mike, direct KLAX.
We're not climbing all that fast here. I don't think it's in climb mode.
Good evening, Lufthansa 6 Hotel Echo, currently flight level 230. Lufthansa 6 Hotel Echo, München, hello, identified, climb level 310, proceed direct VMOOD. Climb 310,
Econ climb, it's not climbing. Now it's
VMOOD, Victor Echo, Mike, uniform takeoff.
Not.
Confirm direct VMOOD to Lufthansa 6 Echo. Evelyn 441, stop your climb level 230 for the moment.
Stop the climb, flight level 230 for Berlin 441.
München, moin, Condor 6 about, flight level 320.
Being a real brat. I haven't got it. It's not being very cooperative. I've gone and done something to it. Come on, airplane. You can do that climb thing. It is still in climb mode, right? Yeah, you're still in climb mode. What's going on?
Hello, identified.
Alright.
Hello, Eurowind, Creep Up India, flight level 340 inbound or Kilo Golf.
We'll do it manually.
Creep Up India, hello, identified. Descent flight level 150.
It's putting you in, and that's right, Blue. It's putting me into hold mode, and it's not doing the climb, so we'll just do it manually here. And we'll stop at flight level 230. I'm guessing that a part of this has to do with probably crossing traffic up ahead, maybe.
Rate of descent 2,500 feet per minute, Roger, Eurowind, Creep Up India.
It probably isn't the airplane. It's probably something that I did. That's probably why it's upset at me.
Evelyn 441, continue climbing level 340.
Continue the climb, flight level 340, Berlin 441. So we're climbing at about 1,000 feet per minute, and I'm trying to accelerate a little bit too. Let's see, is it Jessocal? Did I say that? Or ESOCal? Welcome in. Thanks for coming by. Airplane is slightly upset at the captain here for some reason, so we're having to do our climb manually. Not a happy airplane. But it'll still be fine. We are 392 miles from Copenhagen right now.
Lufthansa 453.
We're also going to look over here and see what's going on. We're thinking about maybe an America West Express flight a little bit later on. There's ATC in Salt Lake. There's ATC in Bozeman. There's ATC in Denver. Not a lot, just a little bit. So that might make for a pleasant flight if we decide we want to try another airplane. I have not done range rings in this airplane yet. I haven't done it. I don't think I know how, Dreams. What we need is a fixed page, and I haven't found the fixed page. And I still don't know if that's possible.
Lufthansa 453, contact München, radar frequency 134,150.
I don't see fixes. So I'm not 100% sure.
Condor 4, Victor Mike, contact Langen radar 133.815.
I'm slowly trying to increase my speed up a little bit.
441, contact München, radar frequency 133.230.
133.230 for Air Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week.
See you. Feedback.
133.230.
Contact.
There we go. Mention radar. Guten Abend. Air Berlin 441 is just passing Norris. And we're passing flight level 240 for flight level 340.
Berlin 441, München, radar, hello, you're at MC flight.
We're identified, yay.
Lufthansa 146, we passing flight level 140 and climbing flight level 190. Guten Abend.
Lufthansa 146, hello, climb flight level 220.
Climb to flight level 220, Lufthansa 146.
So slowly inching our speed up here. So we've got 10,000 feet to go. At 1,000 feet per minute, we'll be climbing for another 10 minutes. And then we'll see if it'll put us into cruise mode. The airplane was a little upset with me, saying that we were a little high, that our cruise altitude was a little high. I don't know why it was upset about that.
Echo Sierra Echo Golf Unicorn, thank you, 146.
Berlin 441, proceed direct Monarch.
Berlin 441's now direct Monarch. Direct to Monarch. There we go, 242 miles. Fogbound Turtle is back. Did you play with your mic gain? Your voice is a little bit lower today. Not really. Let me just go ahead and make sure. I'll go and do my standard profile. Okay, that should be it. Yesterday was, we actually had some pretty long days on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So I'm a little bit, not a ton of extra oomph at the moment. So I'm probably talking a little bit quieter. Maybe. D.A. Jack from 1997 just hit follow. Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. So, you know, I'm probably also a little further away from the microphone at the moment.
128 dabei, thank you, option to Nana Mike.
There's DA Jack. Welcome in. First message here. Thanks for coming by. So far, so good. Our airplane's flying great. A very cute little plane. There's 27,000 feet, and we're slowly doing pretty good. It just put us in Mach mode. So that means whenever we're talking to ATC, we're supposed to mock them. We're good at that mocking thing. DA, this is the Fokker F100. This just came out a few weeks ago from Just Flight. It is a very, very well done airplane. It's obviously a little bit older than modern jetliners, and I don't think too many of them are flying anymore. But it's a fun little airplane, and they did an incredibly good job with it. It's a lot of fun.
1338.
Air Berlin used to fly these back in the day. So they, you know, we can go and fly an old vintage livery and enjoy that too. Fogbound Turtle drives a Mach E. Does that mean people are mocking me? It could very well be, Fogbound Turtle. Mach yeah in the Mockingbird, right? Was that it? Is that the song, or was that a Hunger Games reference? There's 29,000 feet.
Switch to tower 122, that's my 930.
122.930.
I wish that this would give us, as opposed to max climb, it would give us the numbers that have been computed. It doesn't show the numbers that are computed. It was this, you're too old to do Hunger Game jokes? Oh, we can always do Hunger Game jokes. We'll just start singing about the Mockingjay and hope we don't get stung by any tracker jackers. Coming up on 30,000 feet, not so bad. I thought it was Gregory Peck. I thought To Kill a Mockingbird was Gregory Peck. I think maybe you're thinking about another bird, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Jack's liking the Phoenix Airbus. That's probably one of the best ones. You ordered an FCU and the EFIS. You've already got the McDo. I think the McDo is great. I will tell you that the combination of the McDo and the flight control unit with the EFIS really has made it, you know, we can fly really well in a big, busy VATSIM event. It's amazing. So, but yeah, the flight control unit is really going to be nice. You'll like that. One little bit of advice on it, the dials on the flight control unit, those little dials there, just when you first get it out of the box, be gentle with them. Just be really gentle with those dials. You would think that, you know, we've had real world Airbus pilots come into chat and say they think that this is exactly the way these things feel, but you just still need to be gentle with them, okay, when you first get it, and stay that way. Devontae says we expect holds. Yeah, I think there's going to be some holds tonight. I think there's going to be some holds. We should have a look at fuel. 6.7. I think we're still in really good shape fuel-wise.
Video in flight level 360. Okay, 342, hallo, identified. Proceed direct to Rudam. Directed to Rudam, marking T42.
About another 2 minutes and we'll be at our final cruise. We are 202 miles away from Monarch right now. Passengers getting really, really nice. You have adapted the FCU for another plane. Yeah, Dr. Jack, these are presets from MobiFlight to do this. So use MobiFlight, and if you want to use the flight control unit and EFIS with this airplane, you'll need the profile, and I just put the profile into chat for you. And that should be good for both the Fokker 70 and the 100. And that's the one I'm using at the moment. Almost, so 2,000 feet and we should be there. And then we got to make sure that it levels us off, and then we'll see if we can't go back into profile mode.
441, next sector's offline, switch to advisory 122, decimal 8, have a safe flight, bye.
122.8 now for Berlin 441. Thanks so much. Have a good week.
Berlin 181, contact München 133, decimal 615.
133.615. Ciao.
122.8.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
All right, there is 34,000 feet. Boy, it's struggling to hold us up here. There's 34,000, we're good. Now let's see, it's gonna start speeding up for us a little bit, so that's good. Expect runway 22 right because of the slow plane. Is that me being slow or somebody else being slow? Oh my gosh, there was a gift sub. Some gift subs came out. Hey Leonard, thank you for some extra gift subs today. Oh man, I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. First of the month, they tend to drop off a little bit. So thank you for gifting some subs to some other folks. Thanks for helping me to keep everything going here too. And the lights on at Spy HQ. Thank you so much. Okay, Econ Cruise looks pretty good. Let's see what happens if we try to go to profile mode. And let's also go to cruise mode here. Okay, we're holding on to 34,000 feet, that's good, but we need to increase our speed up a little bit. And let's see if it's actually doing it. I'm not sure it actually is. It is a very little bit. So you see there's the little yellow triangle there. You see a little pink line along the top, that's the airplane trying to accelerate a bit. So it's trying to accelerate. Let's do seat belts. Everything else is good to go up here. Fuel prediction for landing. So let's go to progress. Prediction. EFOB says 1.8. That doesn't sound right. We should have 1.9. I boarded 30 minutes of fuel. We may be in a little bit of a problem here. We may have a problem. I don't think it's time to panic quite yet, but if they're doing holds, sometimes Jack flies on VATSIM. Beyond ATC and say intentions is a good alternative. Where to go? Well, generally, one of the best places to go and look is over at the VATSIM map and see what's happening. If you're just trying to figure out where to go, so you see right now, here's our airplane, and we're over here, so it looks like this area of ATC is down at the moment. But, you know, it's Monday, so Monday is, of course, Vectors to Copenhagen Day, a pretty big day. And my camera is still way off. I bumped it. I was back dusting a little bit. Okay, that's a little bit more centered, but it's also tilting itself down a bit. Sorry you have to see so much inside baseball to set that up. Okay, a little better. So anyway, that's a good thing to check. Now, about this time, especially on a Monday, the European ATC is going to start closing up shop because it's Monday. People got to be to work tomorrow morning. But there's still some good ATC going on right now. Generally, you'll find some great ATC all across Germany. France is lit up right now, and usually London control is up because there's always some ATC waiting around London. There's starting to be more in Sweden, Finland, Norway. You can see we've got a little bit in Denmark and a lot in Finland at the moment. So, but by the time we get into Copenhagen, they'll start closing up shop. So we're looking over here to see what's going on. There is ATC in Salt Lake. There's ATC in Bozeman and Denver. We could do, you know, a little dog leg here from Bozeman to Salt Lake over to Denver or something like that. There's also going to be a VATSIM event later on tonight called it's something in Detroit, and the Detroit flight might be nice too. Are we still accelerating? We're accelerating a little bit, but it's kind of painfully picking up speed. It's painfully picking up speed right now. All right, so we just got advised that there is a chance that maybe we're going to get another runway. So let's go in and just get the charts for... We've got 22 left. I'm going to snag the chart also for 22 right, just in case we get kicked over to the other runway. Autumn got one of those gift subs. Leonard, thank you for being nice to Autumn's Arts and Crafts. That, again, super duper nice of you. Thank you. And then we need to make sure to go in and get the airports back in. And we need to get parking stands. All right, that looks good. Need to start getting ready for the sun to go down. So over here, we're going to need to come down and add just a touch of floodlight to the upper panel, the lower panels, and that should do us. So our lights are going to be good. We're still slowly trying to accelerate. So there's still some acceleration going on, just not very fast. And over here on the old flight plan, looks like top of descent's going to happen before Monarch, so we may need to be prepared to do our own descent. And that would be, if we have to do it ourselves, that would be flight level, so about flight level 9,000 feet by Nexo. So we'll make that our first if we're not talking to ATC yet. For now, we can go to the en route charts page, turn it to nighttime. Captain Squid, yeah, it should be a very nice sunset landing into Copenhagen. Lights should probably be on about that time, so that'll be really nice. And should be a very nice evening arrival. Winds aren't all that Let's see. Maybe we've even got an ATIS showing up here. EKCH arrival ATIS. Here we go. Information Golf. Runway in use is 22 left. Conditions are good. Transition level is flight level 65, 6,500. After landing, expedite, vacating runway. Winds are 27013. Good visibility, few clouds. So that should be nice. So apparently this one, the standard altimeter, is for the electric. You have to reset the altimeter down there. Mad Noob has arrived. Welcome back, Mad Noob. Thanks for coming in. Theta says to hydrate. Yeah, we need to stay hydrated. Yesterday was a pretty long day. Yesterday was a long day for sure. There's top of descent on the 120-mile range. We're slowly creeping up to our speed. By the time it's time for our descent, we should probably be at our speed. We could also start getting ready for the basic landing. Normally it's 22 left, but they say we could expect 22 right, so we may need to switch. That's pretty easy. So 109.5. And inbound is 217 degrees. And minimums are 208 feet. So 210's about as close as we're going to get here. 11 hours and 30 minutes worth of flight. For you, Mad Noob, it was a long day for sure. Let's see. Lesocow, what flight panel add-on do you have? You're talking about the piece of hardware sitting on the desk? That is the wind control, Airbus flight control unit, and EFIS units on each side. And it's from wind control, and absolutely. So obviously we're not flying an Airbus, but with MobiFlight, you can get a profile to be able to use that with something like the Fokker. And I absolutely recommend it. I've really enjoyed it. For my Airbus flying, I really like the McDo as well. So I've got a little flight management computer on the down here by my throttles, which is really, really nice to have. Jack, I am always on VATSIM. I've got probably about 10,000 hours on VATSIM, so I actually really like being there. So I have not used Beyond ATC or any of the AI things. Fogbound Turtle, you pre-ordered the tiller. Really? Can't wait to hear what you think about the tiller when it comes in. All right. Hey, look at this. We're finally coming up to our cruise speed. So it should start to slow us down here. So Fogbound Turtle, yeah, can't wait to hear what you think about the tiller. I think that would be nice. I think maybe if we're able to get life back to a little bit normal and stuff like that, I think it'd be really nice to do. It'd be really nice to start ordering some stuff again. Hey, we're right there on our speed. Okay, 80 miles to top a descent. Nikki, oh, is that for Jack? All right, and we are in cruise mode. Now let's see that we're in cruise mode. Let's see how we're doing as far as fuel. So progress and fuel prediction. Eek, 1.8. That doesn't look good. Now then, the reason I'm not panicking too much. The reason I'm not panicking too much is... Irby, did you just make that Moby flight? That was really nice of you. Thanks, Irby. That's a good idea. I think the link to Moby flight's a good idea for sure. So we just did a big old huge... Oh, Theta says to hydrate. Let's hydrate. And Olivance was in chat 3 minutes ago and says to stretch. Good idea. I'm actually a little bit achy and stuff from yesterday. Yesterday was a long day, but the fact that we just could not make airplanes work and had to reload the sim like 5 times to get it going, that took that was a day. That was one of those kinds of days, you know? So we have a big old Direct 2, right? The thing about these older flight management computers and stuff is when they give you a monster Direct 2 like we got, the estimated fuel on board, it tends to get a little bit freaky. It needs regular waypoints, and when ATC gives you these monster Direct 2s, and understand why they're doing it, it's sort of like, hey, the airspace between us and the end of, you know, German airspace, you know, to Monarch is clear. Understand that. But the flight management computers sometimes don't handle it very well. The thing is if we look over here and see our fuel right now is at 4.3. So we got 4.3 tons of fuel aboard. Are you saying we're going to use 2.5 tons of fuel to go 104 nautical miles? I don't think so. So that's why I'm not panicking. Otherwise, it's sort of like they're doing holds. It's sort of like we don't have enough fuel, we're going to crash, that kind of a deal. So that's why I'm not going into freak out mode, especially in the older airplanes. They need lots of little waypoints to keep, you know, a waypoint is really good because then the airplane can recalibrate stuff and recalculate stuff. And that's why it looks very dire. And like, you know, we're about to have pixels scattered all over the runway and stuff. Nothing to worry about here. Hydraulics are great. Fuel's great up there. Electricity is good. Oh, we have to do landing elevation. Our landing elevation at Catstrup is... Oh, we need the airport chart. Let's see. O-Dreams has horrible vectors, and you still got the hold. Sometimes that happens, O-Dreams, especially when it's a busy day. So 17 feet is our field elevation. So our landing elevation, we'll just put it down to 0. There we go. Now we're fully ready for landing. The only thing we might have to do is change the ILS and maybe tweak the minimums, and that's it. Otherwise, everything's going to be perfect for landing. We're now about 45 miles from top of descent. You can see that our hold has already been put in. That's that little circle right there. Let's see. Jacksonville is up. Memphis is up. So Bozeman, Salt Lake, Denver is an option. Another option is we could depart and go and fly through Jacksonville airspace, which is where they're doing CPDLC in the United States. We could go, and it looks like Charlotte's up. We could go from Charlotte down to Orlando and do some CPDLC with Jacksonville. That might be a good thing to do. We could get a holdover Geska. Yeah, if it's really, really busy, we may have to change everything for another arrival, right, Olivance? Holding estimated time en route. Not long, less than 30 minutes. What's landing elevation? So this is an old airplane, and you have to go to the airport runway chart. So the airport runway chart here, and in the upper left-hand corner of the Jepson charts, tells you what the runway elevation is. So the runway elevation, you set that in there so that the airplane will depressurize itself properly, and you can open the doors when you land. Olivant, so you were saying that we might get a holdover Geska. So what I was saying is, because the hold may be really, really full up here at Monarch, you're saying that we may get kicked over Geska. Oh, that's not. So I was saying that maybe you would kick us over to perhaps the Tidvu or the Tudelo arrival. One of those two. Hi, Senor Tomas. Fry the Outlaw, welcome to you. Vincent departed out of Copenhagen in the A380. Vincent's going to Dubai. Oh, yeah. So it looks like today's going to be a monstrously popular Vectors to Copenhagen day. That's what I was thinking, Olivance, is we might get kicked over to another star. Okay, we're going to bring in the map click. Good to see you, Vincent. Thank you for coming by. No and yes, Geska is typically the waypoint before Monarch. If we're busy but reroutes don't make sense, you could establish a secondary hold. So you would put us on hold for being in a hold. I can see why you would need to do that. If it's really super duper busy, I can see why you would need to do that. Hopefully we don't have to do that. Yeah, that could be a little Inception-y, couldn't it be? Only the holding version. Fry the Outlaw, your sleep schedule has been broken. You know what? I had my sleep schedule broken 40 years ago when I got my first job in radio. So I've never recovered. It's to ensure the holdover OLPIB does not become unmanageable. Well, I think the only time things become unmanageable is when you guys let rogue spies just come flying on in and causing trouble, like we are prone to do. That's probably the only problem that you have there, right, Olivance? Let's see how many people are coming into Copenhagen right now. Copenhagen, they've got 52 arrivals, 10 flight plans, and 28 departures. That's not bad. Hey, you guys, you're used to having 100 arrivals, right? You're used to 100 arrivals. Dreams had vectors into the hold at Old Pip. So, Dreams did not have to hold to be in the hold. You just had to turn around a little bit, right? Let's see, when we've come into the hold at Old Pip, that's usually at 19,000 feet. I think I'm going to set up my initial descent to be 19,000 feet. Could be a little bit more or less, but that'll at least get us started because I think we're going to start our descent before we get beeped. $10 miles to top of descent. I'm going to go ahead and arm my altitude, and the airplane's going to descend automatically. Descent is armed. Let's see. Okay. Fry the Outlaw. At the expense of a gaming day, I'll rest up and get your schedule in order by sleeping tonight instead of continuing the broken cycle. As Monday, it's iRacing. Oh, really? So Fry the Outlaw. Yeah, I just basically go because it's fun. Airplanes are cool. But I can see, yeah, my sleep schedule has been literally disrupted for an entire career. It's why my hair's gray and stuff. So I can handle stuff like that a lot better, but it's not easy. Olivan said it was officially the record for vectors to Copenhagen is 146 arrivals. No kidding. No kidding, really. 146. 127.865. There we go. Vincent has not broken your sleep schedule. I have fried it like burned fries. It's cooked. I live like an American, but the problem is you're in Sweden. Yeah, but you got some really tasty food where you're at, right? You got some really good food there. And you get to see a lot more northern lights than we do. Okay, this is EKDK UC Center.
Air Berlin 441.
Copenhagen Control, very good evening. Air Berlin 441, just on your frequency. We are starting a descent. Looks like we're 39 miles south of Monarch.
Stop descent level 320.
Stop the descent at flight level 320 for Berlin 441. Okay, we're going to stop there. There's good food, and yes, you see the northern lights, but you don't see them. Oh, you're closer to Malmo. Okay, that's by Cope. Yeah, we've actually used Malmo as a diversion for us here. All right, so they told us to stop the descent at flight level 320 after we passed flight level 320. So it's very upset with us now. Airplane's upset. And we're going to be really, really high.
Air Berlin 441, cleared Monarch 5 Charlie arrival for 22 left. Enter hold over Olpip as published.
Air Berlin 441 cleared for the Monarch 5 Charlie arrival for runway 22 left and enter the hold at Olpip as published for Berlin 441. And we're now at flight level 320.
Thank you, sir.
Copenhagen Control, Lufthansa Echo Tango at flight level 380.
Malmo Airport is nice, but you always fly out of Copenhagen. So, Vincent, do you have to go across the big bridge to get to Copenhagen if you're going to depart out of there? Mostly you would go flying to the Balkans if you're going to be in Malmo.
Postman 357 for Copenhagen.
Okay, so we've already gone and done our hold. Now then, right now, the big concern in the cockpit is our fuel prediction. Fuel prediction is very, very scary at 1.8. We still have, though, 4 tons of fuel. So my guess is as soon as we come over Monarch here, the airplane is going to recalculate everything and our fuel is going to look absolutely wonderful. Annie is ready to do some more VATSIM. You had some FPS issues tonight. Really?
Postman 357. For diversion to Hamburg, monitor advisory, boy.
You do the train to Copenhagen, it's a 30 to 45 minute train from your house. And since it's an airport train, it's fast. See, that makes really good sense. Oh, Dreams, I just got the hold at Old Pimp. Olivant says that the record is actually 147 within 3 hours. That's a lot of arrivals. All right, flight level 320. All right, so let's go to progress here, and after we pass Monarch, and Caden is back. Welcome back, Caden. Annie's PC is 5 to 6 years old. It's time for an upgrade. Man, if we could just hold on to our computers that we've got right now, if we could hold on to our systems for the moment until prices become sane, right? Oh, Dreams is just done loop number 1. Airplane is a little bit upset with me, but it'll be fine. It'll get over it.
Copenhagen, hello, this is Ryder for Uniform Lima.
My guess is after we pass Monarch here, it's going to stop being so upset with me. Supercuber is back. Welcome back, Supercuber. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Now then, we've got to get ready for minimum clean speed once we enter the hold. Prices are never coming down. Well, corporate greed is pretty big right now, but...
Postman 441, level 250.
Flight level 250 for Air Berlin 441.
Contact Copenhagen 119 and 555.
119 or decimal 555 for Berlin 441. Thanks so much. Have a great week. Loviz arrived for the hold. It sounds like your phone when you're in trouble from your partner. Oh, so you've got a special ringtone for the "You're in the Doghouse." Fry the Outlaw. Enjoy dozing off, Fry the Outlaw. Nothing wrong with that. Okay, we're going to start reducing our speed here because we got to be at minimum clean speed. Hey, Abelards, good to see you. Thank you for coming in today.
generic mix, so...
We held the Copenhagen overload event in May. It ran for 12 hours. You had 269 departures, 453 arrivals. That's about 3 aircraft short of the theoretical maximum capacity. That's actually pretty close that you were really close there. You could always tell when Loviz's old boss's wife was calling. His phone played Highway to Hell on HC. Really? It's really upset with me. She was actually more pleasant than he was. Really?
Right heading Peach 50 or 125 November. Right turn heading 300 and descend.
I just tried to recycle my flight directors. The airplane is being a bit of a brat right now. Well, it's not descending like I'm telling it to, so...
250, running 875.
I think it's the auto... I think it's Mobi Flight. I think it's the autopilot. I just... it's not giving me any control at all. Oh, this is getting old. Okay, we're in descent mode. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm going now 250 and we're descending now 090.
Alright, I just threw out the speed brakes. I just pulled the speed brakes all the way out. Alright.
Right heading 035 Austrian, 125 November.
Speed brakes out. Speed brakes are out. This airplane, you have a choice. Speed brakes are either all out or in. There's no in between. There. Now we're getting close to our green dot speed. That's good.
Woman 8455, runner 870 coming down. Opening in LT 491, just run down my real.
LTU 490.
Okay, there's 25,000 feet.
20 to 25 minutes and now we are slowly starting to release down, so I'll, as soon as I have an expected landing time, I'll get back to you.
It could have been just a bug. It was upset because I selected vertical speed. Are you actually in the hold?
772 Copenhagen, good evening,
I don't know if it's actually in the hold or not.
Panther 4 Hotel Kilo, at this time you're currently number 2 in the guest care hold, so approximately 10-15 minutes now. And by the chance is airplane 441 on please.
Berlin 441 is on frequency. Airplane entered the hold a little bit high and fast, so we're getting reestablished on that at flight level 250.
Berlin 441, Nova Visual, you identified, descend flight level 220.
Descend flight level 220, and like I said, we'll be back in the hold in about 3 or 4 minutes.
FedEx 125, descend flight level 110.
110, FedEx 125.
It could also be that it was getting conflicting instructions from the autopilot because I was doing several different things. Remember, on the 5 of September, there's live in Copenhagen. We'll be there. We'll be the live in Copenhagen for sure. This is a favorite place for us to go, so we'll be there. So one of the things that I did is I did disconnect the autopilot, so it's no longer controlling the airplane. We'll just point and click. Vincent arrives at 4 a.m. Swedish time, so it's chill time. Chill time is good time.
Berlin 441, descend flight level 210.
Descend flight level 210 now for Berlin 441. I need to adjust this view just a little bit. It cuts off the map, and we need to be able to see the map here. Don't think it's going to let me go and enjoy that either. And we're coming back into the hold. You know, we also need to check our fuel, because I'll bet now that we went over some of these waypoints, our estimated fuel on board for landing has changed significantly. Pepsi Max is not nutritious. No, but it probably tastes really good, doesn't it? Probably tastes really good.
Center 77, you can expect the further descent once I'm starting to clear the house.
Airbus Geek, have you ever flown? We've done the A380 a few times. The thing about the A380, it's just really, really big. And it's not quite as complete as, say, a Phoenix airplane or a PMDG airplane. And so it consequently makes it a little bit more work than it's worth. Plus, you can only take it to certain airports. You can only fit into certain gates. It's just really a bit too big. And so that's kind of the reason why. All right, we're slowly getting ourselves positioned here so we can turn things back over to LNAV.
Panther 772, stop descent immediately, fly level 2.
Stop descent immediately. Scary.
Stop descent
All right, that's going to get VNAV going back again, I hope. Remove the discontinuity. Oh, it's being a super duper brat here. Okay, so what we're trying to do, and it looks like I've gone and it's bypassing the freaking hold. So we're gonna have to do it all manually now. Gosh darn it. All right. That's gonna be no help.
For uniform event frequency. Direct 125, I turn direct next zone.
Right, the next zone, next one.
Right, that's for Lima with you. And for uniform Lima Copenhagen, good evening. Turn right heading 147.
Right heading 140 for Lima.
And one for uniform.
Oh,
Lima,
this thing is just totally trashed.
And 190 for Lima.
You could also do the hold manually. Yeah, we're gonna have to do the hold manually. It's not doing anything at all. Thanks, airplane. You're just being no help whatsoever. And it's not letting me do heading hold. I think I'm gonna have to do it without an autopilot. How about that? That's exciting.
That's a 198, descend flight level 090.
No. We after yesterday, we want things to work here. Oh, of course, yes. Start beeping at me an awful lot too. Wait a minute. It's descending? Flight level 210. Why are you descending, airplane? Oh, because I turned off the autopilot. Oh man, we're just a total train. I think we're gonna die.
The medicine side level 110.
Descending level 110 from 360.
Okay, there we are back. Now let's do a turn. It's all... Fortunately, I think we've got a very, very patient controller right now. Okay, flight level 210. This looks good. No. Don't stop your descending, you crazy airplane. No descending.
648 Copenhagen, good evening. Identified into hold over GeForce.
I know, we should have tried the A3. All right, there's flight level 210. Oh my gosh.
998, turn right heading 370.
Right 30 or
Berlin 441, descend flight level 150.
Descend flight level 150 for Air Berlin 441, thanks. 15? I'm sorry, was that flight level 150 for Air Berlin 441?
Berlin 441, and actually make it a left turn now, heading 035, descend flight level 110.
Descend flight level 110 and left turn, and that was 23. Could you give us the heading again, please, for Berlin 441?
Left turn heading 035.
Left turn 035 for Berlin 441, thanks.
Just at the 772, turn right immediately heading 145. Again, we should go Lufthansa 198, contact your right turn heading 030.
030,
All right, getting the autopilot going again. Predict that Dave will say the plane. We hope on it. Exodus is, I want to say good luck.
Turn right heading 40.
240 for you, Charlie 1.
Okay. Let's see. After we've exited the hold, we increase our speed.
My apologies. Could you let me know the inbound heading the holding?
All right, 030.
Right, coming to trade.
And descend to flight level 110. All right, I think I've got heading hold. I've got control of the airplane now. I think I've got control of the airplane. Direct to Nixo now for Berlin. Berlin 441. Thanks. Direct to Nexo and nav. There's direct Nexo. Okay, we're going good there. Hey, Arch, welcome aboard. Well, I haven't taken out one of their VORs yet. Just 250 knots and descend to flight level, was that 050 for Berlin 441? 090. Thanks for Berlin 441. 118.455 for Berlin 441. Thanks for your patience while we were flying all over the skies. Berlin 441. Have a good week.
No worries at all. holding camp, you turn right heading 037.
119805. I'm seeing there's some nice things happening over. I'm just not catching them right now. We all of a sudden got really busy. Thank you. Arch, someone tried to take out the VOR while you were controlling? Really? What is it about whenever you go and control?
852, turn left heading 055.
Oh my gosh, Arch, everybody goes after your VORs. Copenhagen approach, very good evening. Berlin 441 overhead Nexo, 9,000 feet.
Killer 1279, Copenhagen approach identified. Expect ILS to your left, information hotel.
Good evening, sir. Spirit to your left, information hotel, KLM 1.
Oh boy, oh dreams, I should have taken the baby bus. Wrong frequency?
We kindly ask that you remain seated until the aircraft has come to a stop at the gate. On behalf of the entire crew, we would like to thank you for flying with us today, and we hope to see you on board again soon.
Approach hello again from Berlin 441. I'm afraid we got the wrong frequency. Could we get that again for Air Berlin 441? 118455. Thanks, Devante. 118.455. Thank you so much from Berlin 441.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Copenhagen, very good evening. Air Berlin 441 is descending to 9,000 feet. Good evening.
Air Berlin 441. What a mess you are doing tonight with the airplane. Never mind. Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. QNH 1005. You can expect vectoring for ILS runway 22 right.
Expecting vectoring now for the ILS runway 22 right. We are descending now to 4,000 feet. And yep, it's been quite the mess with the airplane, but we'll clean it up when we land. Berlin 441. Oh my gosh. Okay, descend 4,000 feet. Okay, this is looking good. We got a switch on the runway. We're going to be over on the right side. So 22 right is our arrive. Our arrival, and that's going to be 110.9. 110.9. There we go. Inbound course is the same. Minimums are 214 feet. Let's go over there. Minimums are now set. And how are we doing here? So our descent is good. And that's about as good as it's going to get. I thought that was great. Dutch Pilot did a resub while I was being absolutely crazy. Good evening, Dutch Pilot. Thank you for being here for 3 months and very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Welcome aboard. Airbus Geek, no idea. No idea at the moment. We were thinking about something like Atlanta to Orlando, so that maybe we could go through Jacksonville airspace, where they're starting to roll out doing CPDLC. Altimeter is 1005.
Scandinavian 2407 slow fuel, descend 4,000.
I didn't mean to, oh dreams. I've just was a big old train wreck here. A big old train wreck tonight. Wind control needs to release. I think they have released the radio panel. I think it's out.
Airplane 441, reduce your speed to 220 on conversion, please.
220 on the conversion for Air Berlin 441. Arch NDA's got to run. Thanks for coming in, Arch. You're going to be on SGF approach tomorrow? No kidding. Fogbound Turtle's got the RMP. Arch, thanks for coming in. Have a great evening. Sorry about your VOR. At least it wasn't United 441 this time. The overhead panel looks pretty good. Hello, Black Dog. Welcome aboard. So yeah, temporarily for now, let's think about
Airplane 441, contact final 120205 with a call sign only, and have a great landing. Bye-bye, and a great week.
120205 now with the call sign only for Air Berlin 441. Thank you so much. Hope you have a good weekend too. Cheers. 120205, and it's the call sign only.
040.
040, can I touch you?
Arrivals, a very good evening from Air Berlin 441.
Berlin 441, final good evening. Expect ILS 22 left.
Expecting ILS 22 left for Air Berlin 441. We got a change.
22 left, or are you requested 22 right, I believe?
We can go either way, whatever's best for your traffic flow, Berlin 441.
That's your choice tonight.
We are currently set up for 22 right, Berlin 441.
Okay, we'll stay with 22 right.
22 right for Berlin 441. Thank you so much.
Scandinavian 345 Echo, contact tower 118105. Scandinavian correction Seabird 345 Echo, contact tower 118.105.
Contact tower 118.105, thank you.
Scandinavian 852, reduce speed 190 knots.
190 knots, Scandinavian 852.
I haven't got the next command updated. I'm afraid.
Contact tower 119.355.
It's been crazy in the cockpit. Right now, like I said, at
441, turn left heading 305, descend to altitude 3,000 feet.
Descend 3,000 feet. Our new heading is 305 for Berlin 441.
FedEx 125, speed 180 knots or greater until 60 meters.
145 to land. Oh my gosh, I can see things out the window right now. How about that?
FedEx 125, speed 180 knots or greater until 60 meters.
180 and 26 to FedEx 125.
Berlin 441, with you speed 190 knots.
190 knots now for Air Berlin 441.
Berlin 441, turn left heading 255, cleared on S22 right.
Left turn now, 255, cleared for the ILS, runway 22 right for Air Berlin 441.
Localizer alive. Glide slope alive.
Center 198, final good evening, expect on S22 left. ILS, Center Navy 852, turn right heading 130.
130, can I 852?
Let's call it 145 to land.
Yep, go.
Right at the bow, expect on S22 left. Flight heading 040.
040, we'll expect you to left, United 320.
Next 125, contact tower 118, 105. Scandinavian 852, turn right heading 180, cleared on S2 select.
180, cleared on left, runway 22 left.
FedEx 125.
I just updated the next command for you. Stuck in the hold, Blue. Are you still in the hold right now? Holy moly, really?
FedEx 125, approach.
Go ahead, FedEx 125.
I've called you 3 times, please listen up. Contact tower 118.105.
18105, FedEx 125.
Berlin 441, 160 or greater until 40.
160 or greater till 4 DME for Berlin 441.
Block captured.
And the Navy 852 with
Speed checked, gear down.
180 knots, can 85.
Under 198, descend to 3,000 feet and turn left heading 010.
3,000 feet, left.
Dad Game Time ordered a Fokker hat. How do you like your Fokker hat, Dad Game Time?
Approach, good evening, KLM 1279.
Hello, KLM 1279, expect the vector to ILS 2 left.
Expected to ILS 2 left, KLM 1279.
Under 198, turn left heading 310.
Left 310.
And the Navy 852, speed 160 knots to 40 units.
Okay, they'd probably like us to exit here at Echo 4.
Please check your altitude. You should be at 2,000.
So left turn at Echo 4 is what we're going to try for. I got the airport over on the other side. 160. Until 4 miles from the runway. Flaps are set. Gear down 3 green. We're going to go for 119 or 355 for Berlin 441. Thank you. Have a good week. 119.
198, turn left, heading 250, cleared on S2 to them.
Got Strip Tower. Very good evening. Air Berlin 441 is on the ILS 22 right.
Berlin 441, clear Strip Tower, good evening to you. Continue approach. I have 1 departure ahead. The wind is 270 degrees, 1 knots.
1 ahead of us. Continue the approach. Berlin 441.
Scandinavian 21 Mike, welcome to Copenhagen. Turn right on Alpha. Hold short of taxiway Alpha 3.
Okay, so instead they would like us to make the right turn at Alpha. We're not going on the other side. Okay, so exiting right here today. There's 4 miles, 145 to land. 145, clear to land. Nope, we're not clear to land yet.
Receiver 345 Echo, contact April, 121.
Contact April 11630, thank you.
With 8436, continue via Kilo, stand Alpha 32.
Okay, so Atlanta to Orlando. Not sure what to take on that flight. Dad, game time. I think if I hadn't messed a bunch of stuff up, I would have been fine. It would have handled the hold just fine. I think it would have been good.
Cabin crew, please take a seat for landing.
Negative, continue approach.
Continue approach, apologies. You will shortly begin the cabin mode. If you require additional lighting, a reading lamp is provided at your seat.
I see the departing traffic.
441, the wind is 270, gauge 13 knots, runway 22 right, clear to land.
22 right, clear to land for Berlin 441. Have you got a preference for us exiting the runway?
Negative, that's totally up to you.
Berlin 441, we'll just concentrate on getting off as quick as possible.
500.
Scandinavian 852, runway 2 to left, clear to land, the wind is 270, gauge 13 knots.
Glide slope.
Of course.
Glide slope. Pull
100
up.
above. Minimum.
Landing.
100.
Question Lufthansa 198 Castle. Continue approaches number 2. The wind is 270
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Reverse. $60 knots.
Okay, so I took out a taxiway light. I was excited about getting ready to land. Sorry about the taxi lights, folks. This has been one of those days. I'm sure I'm going to have a phone number to call.
Berlin 441, welcome to Copenhagen via Bravo, hold short runway 30.
Via Bravo, hold short of runway 30, Berlin 441. I know I also tried to get a little butter out of there, and you know what? I did good. Minus 125. The airport is going to invoice. It's going to probably be a big invoice too, right? Probably a big invoice.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Welcome to Copenhagen, where, my gosh, I can't believe it, we actually made it. So, what should we fly from Atlanta to Orlando? Let's fly the F-28.
Good evening, KLM 1279, established ILS City left.
KLM 179, Castle Talk, good evening. Lufthansa 198, runway 2 to left, clear to land, 270 gauge 13 knots. Scandinavian 852, welcome to Copenhagen, taxi via Bravo, cross runway 30, hold short of Zulu.
No, this is, I believe it's Flight Tampa's in TAS. I think it's the Flight Tampa.
Bravo, cross runway 30, hold short of taxiway Zulu.
Cross runway 30, hold short Bravo, Zulu.
I know, firm on the ground, that's what I'm supposed to do. It's that thing about flight simmers, we're always going for butter. Always got to get a little butter on the runway and a nice landing rate. It's a terrible habit, though. Guess we'll just have to give up, order pizza, and play Pong.
Lufthansa 198, welcome to Copenhagen, right via Bravo, cross runway 30, hold short of Zulu.
Yeah, that kind of pizza canutus. Yep, that would be good. I had Volanta.
Correct. Aberdeen 441, give way to the Lufthansa on taxiway Bravo 4.
Give way to the Lufthansa on Bravo 4, Berlin 441. That's that one over there.
1279, runway 2 to left, clear to land. The wind is 2708, 13 knots.
Clear land, 2 to left, KLM 1279.
Scandinavian 21 Mike, continue taxi by Alpha and cross runway 12, hold short of taxiway.
Continue off and cross runway 12 and hold short of taxiway.
Dead Game Time says it might be better time for cookies and milk. Or donuts. I got a Swiss chocolate bar in the refrigerator. That might be nice. That was a nice little taxi by. Actually, a couple of really good big chocolate chip cookies would be very, very tasty about now.
121.630. Thanks so much, mate.
United 320, are you on the frequency?
Yep, we're up.
United 320, expect late landing clearance.
Expecting late landing clearance. Yeah, there's some crazy guy in a Fokker that just is flying all over the place and can't even get his airplane into a simple hold.
Emirates, corrections, United 320.
The Giant Crumble or Costco cookies. Exponent says those are the best ones.
Lufthansa 198, contact apron, 121.
I finally discovered that we have a Costco here in the town I live in. So I've been wanting to go over and get a membership there.
Scandinavian 21 Mike, contact apron, 121.630.
Hey, 121.630.
Blue, yeah, how's your fuel, Blue?
Welcome to Copenhagen via Bravo.
How's your fuel? Breiler likes Oreo ice cream. Leonard likes Costco, and so does Zintas. I've heard lots of good things about them.
Good evening, Tower America 313's about a 10 mile
And they seem to be a really good, like, corporate customer and, you know, corporate, you know, not customer, but citizens.
Okay, we'll continue to approach
Just really good. Now, I'm supposed to hold short of runway 30, so I'm supposed to stop here.
Aberdeen 441, contact apron, 121.630.
121.630 for Berlin 441. Thank you.
KLM 1279, I gave way to the United coming out of Bravo 5.
Give way to United coming out of Bravo 5, KLM 1279.
United 320, welcome to Copenhagen.
And Scandinavian 852.
They treat their employees fairly. Yeah, that's a big part of it. They treat their people really good. They've got some good deals, and like I said, they're just good citizens in the world of today, and that's important. Apron, good evening. Air Berlin 441 is on Bravo, holding short of 30.
Berlin 441, Castraven, hello, taxi to stand Alpha 17 via Bravo and Yankee.
It's going to be, let's see, was that Echo 17 via Bravo and Yankee for Berlin 441?
Berlin 441 is Alpha 17 via Bravo and Yankee.
Elsa 17 via Bravo and Yankee for Berlin 441. Elsa 17. Okay, there is those gates. Elsa 17.
Good evening, KLM 1279.
KLM 1279, catch.
I don't see that. Okay, Bravo and Yankee.
Via Bravo and Yankee.
Taxi stand Alpha 14 via Bravo and Yankee, KLM 1279.
Alpha 17 via Bravo. Thanks, MG King. I thought it was Echo. Alpha 17 via Bravo and Yankee. Thank you, MG King. Blue is keeping the speed up. It is currently 600 kg off your final reserves.
Yeah,
oh my
3,
gosh,
0,
Blue.
Bravo.
You're just doing amazing.
United 320, Cash
Okay,
Raven,
Bravo.
Taxi Charlie 33.
Yankee is the
Bravo,
inner,
Romeo.
and Bravo 17. Got it.
Taxi to Charlie via Bravo Romeo.
United 320.
Exponent says if you want to
Charlie 33.
test your weight loss
Sorry,
resolve,
Charlie,
stand by a Costco bakery. Oh, really? Okay, those are the Charlies, and it's over here. Okay, anybody over here? Nope. That's Yankee over there. Blue took off with 16 tons of fuel. MG King, thank you for helping me with that. Super duper appreciate that. APU. Bravo 17. Bravo 17 doesn't show up. Fine. Okay, the Bravo gates are just up here. Come on, airplane, don't stop. Dad, game time. Loviz says there could be one later this week, I think. Alpha 17. Alpha 17? Alpha 17. Oh, okay. Not Bravo. MG King, can I just like, do I have no clue at all today? Thanks, MG King. Alpha 17.
God aften. Taxi to stand Bravo 19 via Bravo and Yankee.
Okay, Alpha 17 is all the way at the end of the Alpha Pier. Okay, got it. MG King, thank you. I think today is really a good day that maybe I should just concentrate on a game that's simple, like, I don't know, shoots and ladders. Exponent says there's going to be an update from the Mad Dog. Really? You know who would probably know about that is Mustafa is probably going to know about the Mad Dog. Right next to O Dreams. You're in the Scandi up there, O Dreams? Yeah, Tetris. It's been a train wreck day. Yeah, well, the James Bond is actually not just a simple little shoot-'em-up game, you know? It's not a shoot-'em-up game. Beauty wants to know, what should you get? You're totally new, right? You're like totally new to all of this, right? So, Beauty 568. I think that there are a number of free airplanes that you can start with. There's the fly-by-wire A321neo. That is a free Airbus that's a really good Airbus. And I think that that's probably worth looking at.
I don't know if you have voice change on or something, but you are very hard to understand.
Sounds like one of the Gorn from Star Trek.
You are unreadable.
Copenhagen ground, blue scan, 930 Lima.
Okay, so you're talking about being new. Oh no.
Hello, are you...
Somebody spawned there. I ended up unplugging. Oh, come on, airplane. Don't stop. Jeez. Bend over, welcome aboard. Beauty, all right. There we go, and parking brakes. Oh, and I'm blinding this guy too. Blinding this person. I shouldn't do that. Okay, APU is up. It sure is. Cool. Let's get these engines off. Engine 1, engine 2.
Off the manual and cross-check.
And standby on the altimeters. Fuel pumps going off. Looks good. Seatbelts. Beacon. And let's come on over here. And let's do aircraft. Chocks. And have GSX deboard us. Get a ground power unit. Here comes a jetway. All right. Whew. Holy cats. That was a day. This was a day for sure. Let's see. We could go ahead and open the door. Always fun to go back and open the door, right? So let's see. Beauty 568. This was the... this is a cool little airplane. It's a favorite. This is the Fokker F-28. It is a lot of work. It's not just a little bit of work. It's a lot of work. And my flight path today was absolutely tragic coming in here. The controllers were incredibly patient with me. I mean, super duper patient with me. Let's just go back out here and take a look. So there's me attempting to do a hold, right? That's me attempting to do a hold. It was not pretty. It really wasn't. It was not a pretty arrival. So there you go. The landing rate is about the only thing that felt good on this one. And let's see, I did stretch it out a little bit, not too much. Okay, so there was a touchdown point, minus 125. That's the only. I did. It was in crayon mode. It was in crayon mode, right? Absolutely original Darkwind. So if you're talking about Airbuses and stuff, you know, or airplanes, there are several really good choices to jump into. There's the fly-by-wire A321neo, and I think that that is a great free choice, especially if you're just getting started, okay? That's a great one if you're just getting started. Oh, it wants me to open my cargo doors. Forward cargo, aft cargo. It needed me to open those doors. So it needed those sorts of things. And I think it's a really good starter's airplane. And the best part is it's free. It absolutely is free, okay? Next choice is the PMDG 737s are great. They're super duper stable. They're really great airplanes, and people generally like those airplanes too. The Phoenix A319, 20, and 21s, those are also payware. They're really, 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 really good. But those are paywares, and I don't know if you want to spend some money on them. This one is a great airplane. It's an older airplane, which means it's a lot more cranky, but it's fun. And when it works well and the pilot isn't, to be honest, a little bit tired and yeah, like that, it's just not great. MG says the 737-600 is just $35. That's a great price for your first payware airplane. And that's a good one. Irvi reminds us that the A330 is a free airplane too. So that's a big airplane that you could get into and fly for the first time. Polyat says Airbill, or is that Air Berlin here? Did you have fun? Did you get to go riding on the beach today? Get to go horsing around? But you can't go wrong with the Baby Boss. You would like to try the A350. Okay. I love the A350. It's a great airplane. Problem with that is some of us have really, really, really wicked WASM crashes with that airplane. And so I don't want to steer you away from the A350. It's a cool airplane. But try something that's a little bit more stable. A little bit more stable than that one for now, okay? I think that's important. Let's see. Polyat was out horsing around and having a very good time on vacation. Yep, that's a good time for sure. I'm glad you got to go ahead and do that one. But Baby Bus, yeah, that's probably the one that I'm going to fly next. We'll probably try and fly the Baby Bus. And let's see, Joe's, you're just coming in. And I think we've probably got a few other people that are just coming in too. It's really busy though here. 3 cheers to the controllers. They were so freaking patient with me. So what we're going to try and do is we're going to go over here and they're doing some CPDLC. Yeah, Polyet, you believe this? CPDLC in Jacksonville Air Traffic Control. So we're going to take off from Atlanta and go down to Orlando and give that a shot. And I'm going to take an airplane that I can handle. And we're unloaded and ready to go. So why don't we go ahead and say thank you to our cute little Air Berlin F100. We had that a few weeks ago, so they tried that recently, and I probably missed it. All right, let's come on out of here and go to quit to desktop. Let's see. Orlando has some ATC up here today. So what have we got in Orlando? Oh God, it's a book. 18 right, 17 left. I would guess 18 right for our landings. But they're also on 17 left. So they're landing to the south. All right, so those are our landing runways. You didn't miss it. You used it. It was the A350 flight into Atlanta that ended in disaster. It was a disaster, wasn't it? I'm sure that our friends from Molly Hatchet are going to be rededicating their song Flirtin' with Disaster to me, right? After that flight, I'm going to do a A319. I'm going to do an A319 on this. Okay. So let's also see what's happening. There's no ATC in Atlanta, so we need to do real world. That was a good pop culture connection, right, Polyot? I took all of that and took it all the way out to Molly Hatchet. Duncan Stormer's back. Welcome back, Duncan Stormer. Departures. What are we departing on today? 26 left, 27 right. 26 left, 27 right are the runways. Since there's no ATC, I'm just gonna, no wait. I'm not sure it's considered, Molly Hatchet is not considered popular anymore. Okay, it's a little old, a little gray. Remind you of somebody you know. I'm gonna expect 27 right. 27 right is what I'm expecting for that. Okay, let's see. We're going to also have the McDo and the autopilot. So we're going to pop those on. And let's get a McDo. Duncan Stormer, your head is kaput right now. You were controlling EKDK Center tonight. Really? Man, I will tell you, I was kaput too. I really probably should have done something else tonight, or not taken, you know, the new F100, the Fokker F100. That would have been it. Some things go out of style. I talked to you in the hold. You were so patient. You talked to me. I was with you in the hold. I don't know what it was, but I just couldn't get that airplane to cooperate with anything. It was all over the place. It wouldn't slow down. It was just being a total brat. So thank you. That's right. You had 2 holds. You had a hold at Old Pib and also at Geska. I guess it was a real busy night, but I guess your record was like 147 or something, a really big number. All right, so our controllers are going to work. Let's start Microsoft Flight Simulator. I think it's a good time to hydrate. And let's go to a flight plan. New flight. And we're going to be, I'm just going with my old call sign. My silly brain just won't react well. Okay, KATL, Atlanta, KMCO, Orlando. We're going to come over here and we're going to be in the A319. B is in general busy because there are 2 arrival streams into it. And that sector was by design fairly tight. We came in, is either last week or the week before, from the UK, from, I don't know, London something or other, London City or something. And I've got to tell you, we just breezed right in because we weren't on those southern, those approaches coming in from the south. We just, we breezed in like you wouldn't believe. It was a very nice, but I'll bet you had a lot of people coming up from up north. 27 right, 18 right. Oh, it picked the right runways. Let's go to minutes and 15 minutes. Not that much extra fuel. Generate the flight. Let's see. Okay, so last night, Polyot's on vacation right now. And whenever anybody's on vacation, I always like to ask about food. Polyot had mahi-mahi last night. Do you know what is for dinner tonight? Is there anything really good? Or is it a surprise and you don't know until food time? Loviz is going to get the same questions later on the weekend because Loviz starts a vacation. And so it's always cool to hear about vacation food. All right, let's see. I'm going to get a PDF of the flight plan. I was lucky that you got into the OLPIB home. That squeezed you in front end of those in Geska. But you got saved in the end by D-Center, clearing a sector and logging off. So you had all the other stars available. I think I just got totally lucky because there was somebody who took off before me and they ended up getting the Geska hold too. And I think that they were coming in on fumes as far as fuel was concerned. I mean, it was, they were really tight on fuel on that one. Let's go pre-file. Dinner today is something that I cannot pronounce. I don't know. Could it be a cheese gnocchi with a chèvre brioche or something like that? Spiced banana, course for 2. Okay, I know about the beef tenderloin. That's really good. There's going to be a truffle. Fowler chocolate passion food. You do not know what the lovers leave. Course 1 is lobster. Okay, thank you for not being crabby with me about mispronouncing lobster. Thank you. Got to turn it into a joke. How about flight level 330 on this flight? That's a little too high. Crabby, lobster. Okay. Let's see. I had many declaring reserve fuel. Duncan Storman, really? No kidding. There were also a lot of people that had to go around tonight. Really? I wonder why everybody had to go around tonight. That was a crabby joke. I don't know. I shouldn't be so shellfish when I talk about those jokes, right? Okay, we're here in Atlanta. And United's up on the North Tango. I think we're all ready to go. Let me come over here and put a link to my flight plan in chat so that you can look at it. And you can see the flight plan in both Twitch and YouTube. All you have to do is type in ! flight plan, and that'll do it for you. Okay, this is going to be an A319. It's going to be KATL to KMCO. All right, and I'm also going to update a title over here on Twitch, and all of that's taken care of. Cool. Let's go over here and let's clean up the notes. And then after dinner, I'm going down to the staff lodges to play a game of drink cribbage with the staff. You bet that you would beat them, but apparently they never lose. Drink cribbage? So is that like playing the card game, but instead of like money and stuff, there are adult beverages? Or something like that? I remember playing cribbage with my grandmother a very long time ago when I was a kid. I don't recall that I did very well at that. On the other hand, much to my grandmother's very, very disappointment in her grandson, I kind of kicked ass at mahjong. Not the kind of mahjong that you do in, not the kind of mahjong that you would do, you know, on a computer, the kind with the old tiles. I was like, and then I got one of the mahjong hands that she'd tried to get her whole life, because she'd been playing her whole life. Never got the hand Dragon Snooze, and I got Dragon Snooze once. And needless to say, I stopped being her favorite grandson for quite a while after that. She was very, very disappointed. Okay, let's see. Our flight route is coming up here, and all of our notes should be good. Remember, our first flight on Thursday is a practice run for that venture. That's Oshkosh. What if they never lose after dinner? It's regular cribbage, but with shots. Oh my God, what are the shots going to be? Then I'm the winner. Because they spiked the drinks. Yeah, what are the shots going to be? Is it going to be like super duper, you know, high octane shots and stuff? Blue Angels, are you cringing or crying? If it's like super octane shots and stuff, I wouldn't even try. I wouldn't even try. Okay, we're going to take the baby bus because I know it works. All right, we're going to KATL. Atlanta. Crying, Blue Angels. Why are you crying? Because of the bad jokes, or did something bad happen? Hope nothing bad happened. All right, coming on in. I think another stretch would be a good idea. Ooh. All right. Controllers are all set for the flight, I think. Let's go into the New Atlanta. And we'll go to Tango 17. I have a bottle of glasses. You're going to take that with you. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's the... Okay, that's the rolling over laughing about. Gotcha. I'm going to guess that that's Monster Super High Octane. And that was Tango 17, right? Tango 17. And the big reason we're also taking this airplane is because we want to do CPDLC when we go through, when we want to go through Jacksonville Center. Blue, it's a, oh God, it's a tequila. Man, you know what? It's a tequila shots. Holy moly. I mean, I just, that is such, that's so strong. That's so strong. Oh, yeah, that's scary. Oh, Blue Angels. Okay, the World Cup. Got it. Okay, so it's only 40%. It's only a 40%. Okay. Still, that would put me under the table after the second shot. So let's see if VATSIM will let us on. %. Wow. I mean, I've got a little, I mean, the last real thing that I've had is I've got a Montana Brew that's like 12% or something like that. And one of those is about all I can handle now. Yes, I've gotten old. Into the cockpit we go. Here comes VATSIM. We also have to start Volanta, right? How are you handling the warmer temperatures and all the humidity and stuff? Because I'm going to guess that it's not like AC, and it's a very different environment than what you're kind of used to. Is that been enjoyable? And this is an A319 and connect. And I think we just got a squawk code. And now we need to do Elevate X. Here's Elevate X. Did you just say no AC? I would assume okay, so there's AC where you're at. I would assume that part of the joy is sleeping with like windows open and stuff. But there is AC there? Really? Okay. I would have figured it's, like no, maybe windows or screens for bugs, but okay, I think we're good there. So it's about 30 degrees Celsius and humid, but it's nice. Okay, this is looking good. We're looking good there. And there's Jackson, that's about up. Now, the big thing, let's look over here at Jax. And let's click it. And CPDLC logon is KUSA. So they are up. This will work. This is going to work for us. So we could this experiment will actually work today. I have never gotten a squawk 0441. Never gotten that. And Phoenix. And import. Okay, 19 minutes. Call the jetway. Get preconditioned air. And open up cargo. I don't think I heard. How is your... so Polyot, to get to the island where Polyot is, there was a boat ride. You got to do a boat ride. How was that? It was you saying as an hour boat ride? Was that a fun boat ride? All right, everything looks good here. Let's do power on the plane. And battery 1, battery 2. Ground power. That's right, it is a new world, isn't it? The Phoenix is not a free airplane. No, afraid not. It is a payware, but I will tell you it is worth everything you pay for this airplane. It's definitely worth it. It was a 6-hour ride because it was a yacht charter. So you went for a nice tour of islands. It was relaxing, and you even got to drive the boat for a while. Ooh, that's a good time. That's a good time. Blue Angels, free airplanes are the fly-by-wire A321, A320 Neo, and the A350. Those are 2 free airplanes that are really good. Those are 2 good ones for you to look at. ASUS, Air Operations, and Init. I don't think it was considered a Missouri boat ride, no. Dad Game Time says that they've got a Missouri boat ride, and you might need a firearm for that. And let's see, Polyot says in the middle of that, there was a mini jet ski race between the family and some crew. You're not, but yeah, it's actually, we had jet skis at the marina that I helped as an assistant manager at for a while, and they're not easy to learn. They look like they would be surprisingly easy, but they're not. But I'll bet it was a good time, though. I'll bet it was a really good time. Okay, there's all of that. We are UAL, flight 441. We're going to do winds and initialize the winds. Oh my gosh, Outlaw Josie Wales. I haven't seen that one in years and years and years. And we'll come up here. That's right, if you have a jet ski, you can't have jet lag. Crew supply. That sounds like a good time though. Okay, this is good. And APU, we're cooling off the airplane. That's great. Mass and balance. Load the airplane. We'll do a 7-minute load. Yeah, that's true. JSG Droid, not JS, Polyot does go through a lot of different time zones. So you've got to be good at that by now. I had no idea the yacht had jet skis. They just appeared. So yeah, there's actually some very, very clever ways to hide things on a boat that you wouldn't even know about. I set flight level 330. Page 2. Let's see. Taxi. Let's do 0 fuel weight center of gravity stuff first. Let's see. 115.2. 115.2 is our 0 fuel weight. Yes, this is an Airbus, and yes, this one's in pounds. 28.5 is our center of gravity. And accept that. And return. And now we'll just go ahead and take the rest of the data off the flight plan. So let's see here. Taxi is 0.330. Route reserve is 1.43. That's 15 minutes. Alternate is 3.37 to Jacksonville. 3.37 is Jacksonville. Final reserve is 2.23. And that's 30 minutes of fuel. And those numbers should all give us green for fuel planning. We're good. AvGeek, no idea yet. Today has been very difficult to plan because I spent all morning I was spending troubleshooting trying to get this going because of the keyboard problems that we had. So we're kind of making today up as we go. Flight plan. Atlanta. Our departure runway that we are expecting is going to be 27 right. 27 right. We are going to be departing on the Smaltz departure. And we're exiting at Wallet. Insert. Orlando. We are expecting 18 right. We're coming in on the Grinch arrival. We pick up Grinch at ZJ. And I'm just going to go Novia. I'm sure that might change, but we can do that later. You're going to join for a next leg. You've done 5 sectors today. Blue, especially Blue. Well, Blue was coming in on fumes. So Blue had a rough day on that flight. Polyot says that the boat that you were on was 270 feet. 270 feet. A very, very famous liner that should probably be unnamed for you right now, Polyot, was 882 feet and 9 inches long, just to give you an idea. And the good news is nobody was singing Near Far Wherever You Are for you. Bryler Gaming, all the screens are black today in the A320neo. The engine's working, but you're going to try again tomorrow. Blue says, yeah, it's easy to get cranky. It's easy to get cranky on that sort of thing. So your boat would have stood up pretty good next to the Near Far Wherever You Are airplane. All right, APU. No icebergs in the Caribbean except in your beverage glass. No icebergs in the Caribbean except in your beverage glass. All right, everything looks good there. We're going to disconnect preconditioned air and the GPU. JSG Droid is lurking on the road listening to the adventure. JSG Droid, safe travels for you. I hope, watch out for crazy people. Yeah, the adventure was really one of those adventures. And JSG Droid, I don't know if you saw on Discord, you and I were having the same trouble with...
Atlanta traffic Delta 14.
You and I were having the same trouble with the airplanes yesterday. I did find my own solution. I don't know if it's if it fixes yours, but it's your keyboard setting, and I can tell you about that when you have time. 6025. And let's go 10,000 feet. Are you going home to a broken sim? No, I don't think you are. I don't know exactly how this happened. Let's see, 2998. You know what? We're not on a big time thing today. Let's talk a little bit about what happened, because JSG Droid's just getting home. Polyot's here to hear about it. So what happened yesterday? Yesterday we had started the sim, and you know when you're out in the sim, when you're out and you're in walk-around mode, when you're in walk-around mode, you're supposed to go Shift+C, and that's how you get in the cockpit, right? Shift+C is how you get into the cockpit. Well, what was happening yesterday is we would go into our airplane and we could not hit Shift+C. Not only that, we could also not hit escape. You know, escape to get out of the airplane like this. We couldn't even do that. That was a problem. So, what had ended up happening, and I'm not sure exactly how this happened, and we have to go into settings to show you. So go into the controller settings, and here's our controller settings on our devices, right? Let's go down to the keyboard. Now, if you take a look here, my keyboard here says the wrong thing. It says my new general profile. So I don't know why this works and nothing else didn't. But what I did is I went in and instead of my new general profile, I went over to this profile, which is keyboard 2024 transversal. And all of a sudden, everything started working. Everything started working. So that's how it is that I've fixed things. I don't know how it is that I was able to get into the cockpit after this, but I don't know. So something was insanely weird about what's going on. And that's the best thing that I've got so far. Sim is fine. Had an issue with the WestJet. After I did that little switch, JSG Droid, to the keyboard settings, I was able to load into the WestJet livery in the Max, and it was fine this morning. Polyot says in Sim Update 6, they've added a setting that allows you to load into the aircraft directory. Your settings are stored in the cloud. Sometimes it corrupts and then changes a setting. Maybe something like that happened. Maybe something changed in my setting like that. I could easily see that as happening for sure. You gonna see what happens, what yours is, JSG Droid? I'm gonna prepare for pushback and departure. Okay, let's see. Nav accuracy, everything's ready to go. Original Dark Wind duplicated that and renamed it SPAD. So you had to do a lot more than I did, Original Dark Wind, but I don't know what it was. That was just so weird yesterday. And it was also so pleasant getting to restart the sim 5 times. Hi, Madi. Welcome back in. A very wonderful day. Hope you are too. There's a command to clear your cloud, but you lose your settings and your logbook. I don't want to do that. Original Dark Wind never had to do that again either. Flaps 1 trims up 9. Smolt's departure, if ATC should pop on. I think it's 10,000 feet here in Atlanta. All right. Final load sheet. Final load sheet. 115.2. That's correct. Final center of gravity, 28.5. That's correct too. Airplane says 11.5, 11,500 pounds of fuel. I have 14.28. 14.28 of fuel. That means we will have more than enough fuel to get to Orlando. And somebody will say Butterbear for us, right? 45 degrees is what we do in Atlanta, nose left facing southwest. We are on VATSIM. And here in the US, we need CTAF, so .ctaf space KATL, Hotlanta. It's 119.1. 119.1. So maybe some of our settings got corrupted that were saved in the cloud, and then when we reloaded in, it reloaded in the wrong settings, and that became the problem, maybe? Everything's good up there. Let's do seatbelts. Seatbelts are good. I think everything else is fine. Let's go and see if anybody's pushing by us. Anybody taxiing behind us? No. I say we get out of here. Let's do beacon, cabin call, and parking brakes. JSG Droid is multitasking in the process of converting a 2015 laptop to Ubuntu Linux. You can't upgrade to Windows 11. I bet I need to take off my chocks. So it desperately needs a reformat and reinstall. But after that, it's going to work good for you. No kidding. I think that's great that you're doing that. Chocks and codes.
Release parking brakes, please.
And it's going to control your TV over an HDMI. That sounds pretty cool. Leonard, did you have any issues with terrain in the scenery?
Start at will.
You mean coming in here in Atlanta? Yes. Leonard, absolutely. Tim Dog likes is it Ubuntu? I've been thinking about something like that. They just extended for Windows 10. They extended security updates and stuff for Windows 10 for another year, which is really nice of them. Grateful that they did that. So, you know, it puts it off another year, but I don't know.
Atlanta traffic.
Leonard.
1425 crossing.
So the Atlanta scenery, right?
7 right.
Atlanta traffic, Georgia 61, pushing out of gate Tango 16 on the NASA.
Please set parking brakes.
Dad Game Time had fun while Tim Dog was singing. So it's an Orbix scenery, right? I think it's Orbix. Maybe it's AnyBuilds. Let's see. It's Ubuntu, but I'm not sure if that's right. I probably started the wrong one because I need to show you something, Leonard. This is what you need to do. And it doesn't fix everything, but it fixes most of it, okay?
Unlocking gear.
Oh, Ubuntu, like a hamburger bun. Now we need to discuss how we pronounce GIF.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
Atlanta Hartsfield.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
All right, so this is the Hartsfield. Ready, Leonard? Here's the deal. So when you installed it like we all did here, what you need to do is go into the configure after you do that, okay? Go to configure. And what you have as a choice, you can do the standard mesh or you can have the simple mesh. But you've got to choose one, and when you download it the first time, I don't think that it chooses anything. So there's bumps all over the place, right? So what I did is I've turned on standard mesh, I like the canopy lights, and animated ground service, and I leave everything else off. If you've still, and then you save the changes, load in, take a look. If you've still got really, really bad elevation bumps and stuff, deselect all of these, go down to simple mesh, and plug those in. And that's going to be how it is that you can fix the Atlanta bump problems. Now, like I said, it's not going to fix it completely, but it will fix it a little bit, or mostly. So that's what it is. JSG Droid says that the Linux was easy to install. It's as close to working like Windows as you can get without being in Windows. Now all I've got to do is figure out a way to run Microsoft Flight Simulator in Linux and all the other stuff. Let's go and start the other engine. Yeah, that was something that we all kind of discovered. And you'll still see, so you saw that my settings are all basically, it was the normal mesh. You can still see I've got some bumps over here, but it's not that bad. Abelard says you do a creation tool disk and a Win11 creation tool. It wipes out everything but will reinstall Win. Dad Game Time. Oh, there you go, Leonard. Yep, another important safety tip from Dad Game Time. Delete the or disable the default Atlanta from your Microsoft Flight Simulator library.
Atlanta traffic Delta 61, taxing 26 South on NASA, Atlanta.
Two good safety tips. Okay, we're going to wait for that one to go by. They're going to the other runway. Two good starts on our engines. APU is off. Flaps 1. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes max. Control checks. Let's be honest, if you need something Windows, you have your PC anyway. Up 0.9. That was probably for somebody else. 0.9. Config check. Anybody over there? Nope, they've taxied out. Good. JSG Droid says the TPM won't let me run Windows 11 without hacking it. Ubuntu runs so much leaner than Windows, and all I need is browser access. I'm going to install Windows VM using VirtualBox in case I need something native to Windows. Well, hopefully this extra year that Microsoft gave the rest of the world with Windows 10 is enough to, you know, let the world kind of heal itself and its economy a little bit. And then we can all make some good decisions about upgrading or something. I don't know. It was actually kind of a relief when they said that. Unless I wanted to go to X-Plane and Apple and put all of this on a Mac. I'd miss some of the stuff in Microsoft Flight Simulator, though. It's such a nice, pretty sim to look at. Oh, somebody's big old A380 just took off. And there's another one of those crazy trucks driving in front of us here in Atlanta. Dude, airplane coming. We got those big, you know, tornadoes on the wings. You know, 2 little artificial suck zones and stuff. You don't want to get too close to our big bad engines here. Okay, so once we get up in the air and get a little closer, we'll log on to Jacksonville's CPDLC. Anybody over there? Nope. And usually they have us going out on the inner taxiway and then transfer out by the international concourse. Now, one of the things you'll see is as we're coming out here, there's a couple of areas. So obviously there's still some terrain errors with the mesh that I have, but there's no big bad terrain errors, at least not in any of the runways I use here. So we should be fine. Okay, we go and we're over here on Lima, and I think we go over to Mike at Juliet.
Traffic Charlie 61, departing runway 2. Alright, called that.
See a couple of more bumps here as we go past. And this is what you call at nearly 30 knots a V1 taxi. A V1 taxi. Let's get a little bit more, a little bit less than ludicrous speed might be good. Blue said that London Controller was not happy with the scenery. I haven't actually, I didn't see Jamie's live streams on those. I mean, I think when we all got these, the elevation levels were bad. The elevation errors were bad, but once you learn how to fix them, it's okay. Be sure to push forward on the yoke to maintain authority of the nose wheel. Well, you're actually, there's some airplanes you're supposed to do that, right? When you're initially departing. Leonard had to stop taxiing so fast. Oh, yes. Some airplanes will indeed yell at you about, hey, you're taxiing too fast. Behave. So you see we got another big area of bumps coming up here. And then this is where we transfer over. And nobody's over there. On taxiway, on taxiway. Yeah, it's a good thing that they didn't have that system over on the MD-11 when we were taking off out of Phoenix. Oh, wait a minute. No, that was the 727 when we took off on the taxiway. Yeah, that was, oh, those were the days. But it was a really nice looking takeoff. Gotta say, it was a great takeoff. The FedEx 727 when that first came out. The controller was stunned into silence. I kind of think that they were. Sort of like, wait a minute, what's this person doing here? Okay, let's do a couple of checks here since we're kind of scattered today. ECAM checklist is green. Let's do Terra. And on. Everything looks good. Hotlanta traffic. United 441's a little baby bus taking off on runway 27 right. RNAV to SLAW. Hotlanta. Strobes. Extend the landing lights. Joker tag. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. That's Lima Golf. We do Lima Charlie, right? IQB, good to see you. Thank you for coming in today.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
And Joker Tag, just follow the channel. Welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. There's our cute little baby bus here in Atlanta as we get ready to go out of here. And even though we announce, let's make sure we don't see landing lights. No landing lights. So nobody's coming right at us. Around we go here. All right. Orlando, here we come. Tell somebody to start making big batches of butterbeer, right? All right, looking good. So engines up to about halfway. Engines about halfway. Engines are spooling up. Clock's running. Stable. And looks good. Manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. It's flying time. Bonsoir, Joker Tag. Thank you for coming in today. Wheels are running pretty good. And 100 knots checked. V1, hands off the throttles. We're flying and rotate. Positive climb, gear going up. Somebody needs to clear out the gear well. It's a little dirty down there. Not a bad departure today. This is one of the most stable airplanes that you're going to find in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Absolutely fantastic. If we were going into a big crazy VATSIM event, I'd want to do that. Okay, lever climb. So we move it to thrust climb. And got to push the nose down just a little bit. There's the little letter S over there. So flaps and slats can go up. And we'll reset the speed brakes. Looking pretty good there. And AP, just cause it's going to be a busy flight in just a bit. Passing 4,000. And we'll just go ahead and clear ourselves up to flight level 330. And come back and enjoy the view. Tis the season for bugs to start here in Atlanta. Bet it's starting to get a little on the sweltering side too.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep your seatbelt fastened whilst the seatbelt sign is on. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated.
If you're new to this flight simulator thing and you think, wait a minute, where are all the passengers and stuff? The airplane itself is actually loaded in the sim as if we had all the passengers aboard. The simulator doesn't draw the passengers because that saves system resources. There are ways to draw passengers if you want to, so you could do that. And our airplane is loaded now as if we have 109 passengers aboard. So there were 109 of those seats were full. And that looks good. Out goes the maps a little bit. If you're also new with us, we're flying on the VATSIM network. So this map that you see here, these are other people flying sim. Our airplane's this green one over here. Atlanta is right in the middle. Right now there's 1,012 people flying on the network. And we're doing this one so that we can go and fly in the Jacksonville area. And that's down here where you see this shaded area. That's where there's our ATC. And what we're doing is we want to go down there because they're using a special system called CPDLC. And that is a way to essentially do text messaging between air traffic control and airplanes, which is really pretty cool. Paulia, thank you for putting the VATSIM in. Yeah, the bottom link there is how you could look at the VATSIM map that I was just using if you're new. Oh, Dreams, you sorted some tea out after your traumatic Copenhagen flight. You were working hard on that flight. I was just basically incompetent. There's 12,000 feet. Let's do landing lights off. Cabin light. Cabin call. And passengers are complaining to the flight deck that there's nothing that you can see outside the window. Well, you were in the baby bus, but you were sweating. You were sweating fuel.
Delta 660 pushing out of Delta 28, taxi into 2611 for departure.
122.8 over here. Jack Center's 135.925. 135.925. We're going to preset that. And now let's come on over to this one. McDo menu. Let's go to ASUS. Let's go to ATC menu. Let's turn off the top menu here. And we're gonna, as we get closer, we'll notify Center that we are available to talk to us here. Oh, I did lose my head, oh Dreams. I did lose my head. The only thing is I've got a really cool application in OBS Studio that replaces my head there in the live stream. It's somewhere in the lost and found. It actually is basically, it looks, yeah, that's my head right now. After that flight. Man, I had to just leave that like that. I had to just leave it like that. That would be so much better. Original Darkwind says spy hat. We're going to need an Airbus spy hat for this, aren't we? I've got I also am going to try, that's Rise from the Artemis 2 mission. I'm going to try and get us a Rise emote. I think that would be nice to have. Standard altimeters and standard altimeters. So let's flight attendants get up. Bryler Gaming says hydrate. Boy, I'd really like to do that about now. Hydration would be good. All right, so you can see here, Orlando is at the bottom of the screen. Atlanta's at the top. There's our little green airplane, and we're going to fly into this zone right here. We'll fly right in there and go to Orlando. Probably it was a holiday weekend in the U.S. Probably it's going to be a little bit sparse here. Do I have the Boris sounds? I know I have. I think I do. I think I got the Boris sounds for the 777. We haven't been in that in quite a while, have we? I think another round of hydration would be a good idea. Not necessarily those tequila shots that Polyak gets later on today, but tea and lemonade, a great way to go. Oh, dreams. Even when you're getting vectored about and everything like that, it really is a nice time. I really do enjoy the VATSIM event into Copenhagen's a really good time. Let's see, the weekend when we celebrated the end of the Union, given to 500 the way things are going, heck, unlikely to make it to 251. Yep, that was that was a weekend here in the U.S. for the record books, wasn't it? No clue whether it's going to be. I don't know what's going to happen. I think the next 6 months will probably be. Oh man, no fair. Center just went offline. I want my money back. I'm writing my congressman. I'm writing a letter to the Times. Oh, darn. Ah. I was so hoping that we would get to try this. All right, well, maybe next time. Maybe next time. It was the first 4th since your mom retired from the Fed. She got a gift on the 4th? Really? That's pretty cool. THX, you found us on VATSIM, on the VATSIM map. 25,000 feet. Seatbelts can go off. Seatbelts are off. I didn't know. So they got a gift on the 4th if you work for the federal government? All right, so that means we're going to need CTAF for KMCO. 124.3 is CTAF for MCO. I'm going to just pop those in my notes right now. And our little baby bus is working great. When working at Menwith Hill, not sure if she got one when she was stateside. Maybe it was a special something or other that they did for everybody that was working on the, you know, across outside of the U.S. or something. They figured that was sort of an extra duty. Oh, gotta love all that sunlight on the... Gotta love the extra sunlight there on the flight management computers. There is a VATSIM event that is coming up. And it's going to be, it's something called VATVenture. Or it's SimVenture, I guess. And I found an additional website. And what this is all about, actual air traffic controllers are going to be doing this. And for us in 2026, it's July 20th. Oh, that's AirVenture. That's not the real one. Oh, this is the, I think this one is Pilot Edge. This is the Pilot Edge. It's not the other one. That's Pilot Edge. Our first flight is going to be a practice flight. We also got to figure out maybe where we're going to go. This is the one. Okay, this is what we're doing. This is called VATVenture, and it's 2026 Oshkosh. This is going to be July 12th. We're going to do this as our first flight on Sunday. This is not for the faint of heart. It's all VFR. So small airplane, not a big airplane. And it's very important that you go down and get this pilot guide down here. You gotta grab that pilot guide too. And one of the things that I'll be doing is I'll be looking at this on the 2 days off so that I can learn how to do this. It's really important. 4 days before your womb eviction day. Well, that's a good way to put it. 4 days before birthday time. So this is normally when we're flying on VATSIM together and stuff, this is a very different animal. This thing's very different. So you absolutely need to go and look at that PDF file. I probably will even do just a practice flight in that. Oh my gosh, yeah, I guess that's another way to look at it too. A year closer to eternal peace and sleep. I don't know, I've lately, well, not lately, about the past 10 or so years, it's always been, hey, I made it another trip around the sun on Spaceship Earth. Not quite as nice as being on a starship, but hey. And sometimes I'm a little bit amazed that we're here. let's see. Original Dark Wind is got to lurk because the USA versus Belgium is starting. I don't know. I'd have a real hard time on that one. I mean, they have Belgian waffles and Belgian fries, and their airline has polka dots on the outside. Okay, so they went offline. What else is going on? Let's see. Salt Lake is up. They've got Jackson Hole and Bozeman up. Let's see. Calgary, Edmonton, and Fort McMurray. That flight up to Fort McMurray is kind of a long one. Looks like they're up early for Moncton Monday, maybe? Or we could look and see who is live streaming and just say, hey, we had a good week. Maybe it's time to go and make some food and sit back and find a silly movie. Although I'm reading a book right now about the code breakers from Hawaii. In World War II, in the basement of the naval headquarters, there was a whole code breaking operation down there. And it's a really good book about that. Spy Flight Book Club. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. It's about code breakers that were doing, basically reading traffic, and the kind of work that they had to do is really, reading tea leaves and trying to give, the admiral really, good information about what's going on. And right now, I'm at the point in the book right now where they're trying to figure out what's going on, and it's November 30th, 1941. Well, we all know what's going to happen in about 7 days, right? From that point. So, this is them and how it is that they are reading, getting little bits and pieces of information from secret codes, from secret radio transmissions. And it's really, really interesting. Boeing Baga, welcome aboard. A Spy Flight Book Club. Yeah, this one is, and it's mostly about the guy who was the head code breaker in Honolulu at the time. So, how it is that you're able to, okay, you've got this, piece of gibberish in front of you. How do you get a little bit of information? And one of the ways that they were one of the things that they relied on before they actually broke the code was what's called traffic analysis. In the UK and today we call it signals intelligence, but they called it traffic analysis. And what they were doing is they knew that there was a message that came out of Tokyo and it went to some ship, and it's all in code. What are you going to do? How do you get information out of that? And well, first of all, you know that it came from the Tokyo headquarters. You know a little bit about that. You know what ship it went to. And now let's say that not only did you receive it at a reception point in Hawaii, but the people in Manila also heard that. Especially if a ship is sending a message out. Well, now you can triangulate with those two reception signals with direction finding and figure out, hey, the ship that just said that is over here. So again, it's signals intelligence and being able to read the tea leaves from, even though you can't understand the code, you knew that in this case, the EKCH sent a message back to headquarters, that kind of a deal. I don't know how he felt about that. This code breaker was notoriously really kept information to himself about how he felt. He was also a bit of a perfectionist. He so I don't know if we'll ever find out how he felt about certain things. On the other hand, it's a really interesting book to read what was going on then and how they all felt about it. Okay, we're going to go to Airside 3. We just needed that. Well, see, that's it. That was and what Pauliot just mentioned in there. That was what was a major piece of good luck for the code breakers at Bletchley Park in England, because they were incredibly lazy about things like not saying the same things in every message. And you could always count on a lot of messages being sent, from one German radio station to another, and at the end they would always put in HH at the end, which was, as Paulette just said, Heil Hitler. They would do HH. That's how they would end the message. And the code breakers knew that very probably, especially you get to know the people who are sending the codes. They recognized them too. And they were able to say, oh yeah, this guy who's sending from this particular radio station over here, he always ends the message with HH. You had two of the same letters together. That was a way that they were able to go and figure out the code of the day. There was another thing that they did that was really dumb. And that is, when you are setting up an Enigma code machine and stuff like that, when you're setting up an Enigma code machine, you've got every message has its own message header, and that's a 3-letter code. Well, there was, along with the code books, a special code book of random 3-letter codes that you were supposed to use. But a lot of the guys who were coding the messages with the Enigma machine, they used their girlfriend's initials. And that's all they did. They always used their girlfriend's initials. That was another way that the code breakers got in there. So those were two ways that they could get in there. It was ridiculous. That's right. Using Christopher, the first recognized computer in the first instance of AI. It was. And speaking of AI, Loviz is in chat. Hi, Loviz. Welcome aboard. And that was another thing. Every day, the weather report, like Pauliot just said, every day the weather report came out 6 a.m. And guess what? Guess how they signed off? HH. Which was an important way into the code for the code breakers. So that was Bletchley Park's really that they referred to that as, that was one of their little bits of amazing good luck, was just how lazy they were. Some of the AI ATC will pick up where VATSIM coverage goes out. Is it really AI or is it low-vis? Okay, we've got the METAR. Let's go ahead and put in our arrival data. Arrival data 3008. 3008 is our altimeter in Orlando. It's 25 degrees. The wind in Orlando is, thunderstorms, 130 at 10. 130 at 10. Transition 180. Config 3 on the landing. GPWS, landing config 3. And over here, we need to go to charts and our ILS. And we are expecting minimums on a category 1 landing to be 300 feet. 300. And bing. We are ready to land. Performance. We are 94 miles from top of descent.
Loyalty noted.
And at the end of the Grinch arrival, $6,000 feet. Let's make sure I did it correctly. Flight plan. Yep, 6,000 feet at Yagu, manual, discontinuity to Hammy, and performance. 89 miles to top of descent. Let's see, Breiler Gaming. You haven't watched The Imitation Game? There are several really good movies about that, but Imitation Game is pretty cool. 8-8 is how you send love via Morse code. A pair of 8s, really? Still crazy that they had the foresight, however difficult, to selectively allow attacks to happen. Well, yeah, absolutely. Because they didn't want the Germans to know that they'd cracked the code. Otherwise, they would have figured out the only way that they could have stopped our our attack there was they cracked our code. So they was, like Polyat said, they would have changed it. So they did have to. They had to come up with a very good reason why it is that they were able to, stop an attack that did not have to do with Bletchley Park. Big J did a resub. Hey, Big J, thanks for the nice resub. I really appreciate that. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. Well, that is actually, when you think of the actual miracle that was Bletchley Park and the Codebreakers and how big a part they played, and then when it was all over after what you learned what they did to Alan Turing, who was absolutely brilliant. I mean, that is one of the tragedies from all of that, is how he was treated in the end. It really was. When Loviz was in Boy Scouts, there was signs, signals, and codes merit badge. Really? Do you still have your signs, signals, and codes merit badge? Really? Big J, you remember The Imitation Game? I remember it when it first came out. Polyot said, yeah, Christmas Eve 2013, a posthumous pardon. I'm glad that they finally decided to right that wrong. That was Scouts, and well, that's just it. Fat lot of good it did. A posthumous pardon. JSG Droid, did you get that badge too? No kidding. So Low Viz and JSG Droid both have the signs, signals, and codes merit badge. No kidding. By that age, I had started already with my fascination with airplanes, so I was mostly airplane stuff. Dad Game Time had the radio merit badge. And I think, Big J, your resub started a hype train. Thank you, Big J. Here's our equal time point. Dad Game Time says the signals merit badge was called radio. Polyot went to the same school that Alan Turing did, the University of Cambridge. No kidding. Same school? I would imagine that there was a fair amount of Alan Turing around the University of Cambridge. There were a fair few decades between the two, and there were those 5 bad guys at your school too. Loviz was a star scout before you got kicked out for bad behavior. Not only the same university, but the same college. You both went to King's College within University of Cambridge. What livery are we flying? Big J, I put this thing together kind of at the last minute, so this is my go-to livery for my baby bus. It's the blue tulip. Pauliot says that the University of Cambridge is made up of 31 different colleges. No kidding. Big J, you love it. You're becoming a livery nerd. You kind of get that way after a while in flight sim. You do become a bit of a livery nerd and an airline nerd. You say, okay, that's one of my favorites. I like that one. I know, Loviz, Pauliot went to a fancy school. You apply to the college but not the university, so you could get turned down by one but not the other. No kidding. Sign Signals and Codes was started later. Dad Game Time did radio and a separate one called signaling. So they changed and combined all of that? No kidding. Boeing Baga wants a route for under 2 hours. Okay, well, Salt Lake has gone offline. Fort Worth is up. I think it's going to be a relatively quiet night, Baga. Maybe you could do St. John's down to Halifax or something. JSG Droid was a goody two-shoes through college. I didn't turn bad until my late 40s. I was just too clueless to know. Honestly, I should have been able to have had a... Before I was born, I should have been able to have taken a class with a human, being human owner's manual or something like that. Dad Game Time's daughter did mathematics at Oxford, though she wishes she could have gone to Cambridge. I think fictional spy George Smiley went to Oxford. That's right, yeah, since JSG Droid's in California, it would have been Michael Jackson's Bad playing. Probably doing moonwalking too. They did that then in California. 40 miles to top of descent. We've already added in our arrival data. You can preset in this airplane, so 3008. And that's very, very handy to be able to preset them now. And then I like to preset this one down here. There we go. All hell broke loose and I lived a sad life through recovery, but I think I'm a stronger person. Well, they do say that, the hard things that we go through, they're supposed to help us out a little bit, right? Cambridge is considered the monarchy's favorite of the universities. We are also kicking Oxford's ass in the boat race, including the year when I rode crew and we won. You know what? Unsportsmanlike celebration is allowed. Honor is due. Loviz, yeah. There's a lot of folks in chat here today who have earned their recovery merit badges. That is, and a lot of the recovery that we're talking about is hard work recovery. Really hard work recovery. Merit badges to be proud of for sure. Big J, yeah, we are who we are because of the struggles and how we overcame them. Dad Game Time's daughter wasn't as familiar at the time with Cambridge and its proclivity for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, right? She's a maths teacher here and works on her master's. Detergent Foot, howdy, welcome aboard, and an amen from JSG Droid. we're caught up. Let's see. So it does look like ATC is starting to really call it a night here. I think we had some really good long flights this week. We've got a lot to do starting out of the box on Thursday. So maybe what we'll do is after we land, we'll find somebody to raid, take a nice little break here, but be sure you go and do that one website that I was talking about so that you are 100% ready for VATVenture. I just put the link in again. Be sure to go to that web page, get the link at the PDF at the bottom of the page. That'll be one of the things that I do tomorrow, is keep my study that PDF. Dead game time. Yep, it's all kind of settling down on VATSIM. Polyat says it was Cavendish Lavatory. Sorry, I didn't mean to. That was a slip of the tongue. It was the Cavendish Laboratory. Didn't mean it. At the University of Cambridge, where the atom was split. It was a monumental thing that the physics behind is still preserved on a blackboard within the building. I think the fact that, you preserved that piece of history, the blackboard that it was written on, is awesome that you did that. And I will get my mind out of the lavatory now. Loviz is going to miss VATVenture, but Loviz gets to go plane spotting in Mexico City. And not only that, you get really, really good food. Really good food. No, I know you didn't do that. I wasn't accusing you of doing that. I was just saying how cool it is that your school saved the blackboard and everything that was on it to split the atom. Just like, I never accused myself of starting in broadcasting, when it was, people with big horns and stuff yelling at each other. Hi, Ontario Bear. Welcome aboard. Let's see. Dead game time. Not going to say that subsequently she did not visit Cambridge. Loves how beautiful Cambridge is for those who go as tourists. Most of her time at Oxford, riding the bus and reading. One of the finer moments. We try to gloss over some of those 5 guys. Hey, Polyot, those 5 guys. Now we know who started the burger chain. I don't know. I don't see how it is that that's something that the school... You heard they made a fast food chain. Yep. I don't see how that's anything that the school or anybody at the school could have prevented. That was those guys. That was their decision. So no reflection on the school. They chose to be bad guys. And we're starting our descent. Oh, Big J, that burger looks so good. Those 5 guys make great fries and chips for our British friends. That's right. Wait till you hear about the chicks that started Chick-fil-A. I hadn't thought about that one before, Dad Game Time. I know, Big J. That's it's been one of my favorite pizza and a really good burger. Doesn't have to be monster size, just a really, really good burger. All right, our descent is good. Orlando, here we come. Yeah, I know. So I think we have a 5 guys here. And it's literally it's probably been about 8 years since I've been to a 5 guys. Yes, I know I don't get out. But I went to the 5 guys here. And aside from the bill being over $35, an hour after I ate them, I was like, I didn't get sick, but I felt terrible. Now, maybe it was just that day or something, but it's sort of like, I'm not going back there again. Madi, welcome aboard. We're going to wrap it up after this one. We'll find somebody cool to raid. So thanks for coming in. Yeah, we're going into Orlando right now, and then we're going to call it a day, and I'll say thanks for being here. All of those silly things that I always say, but they do come from the heart. Our approach is good. Constraints run. We'll bring in the map a click. It did. I mean, seriously. Yes, Martel, hamburgers are the cornerstone of a nutritious breakfast, right? But yeah, I'm afraid it did. I had also, somebody in chat, likes Frosties. And so about 6 months or so, 9 months or so ago, I decided it's been probably about 7 years or so, 5 to 7 years or so, since I'd had a Wendy's thing. And so I went to Wendy's, didn't spend nearly as much as I spent at Five Guys, jeez. But same thing. Now, I ended up going to Burger King and got their basic thing there, and I didn't feel bad. But Five Guys and Wendy's, I had those, and I just I'm not going back. Something was not good. Well, Detergent Foot, that's the thing. The In-N-Out burger, especially the one at LAX, that's supposed to be really good. Pizza and burgers are good for any meal. Blue went digging for a book to read because it's been too long since you've read fittingly and you found a spy novel. Ooh, which spy novel are you reading, Blue? Favorite spy author is John le Carre, followed by Ian Fleming, followed by Len Deaton. Really good spy novels. Something humbling about walking the very same cloisters as Sir Isaac Newton, Francis Crick, James Watson, who decoded DNA, and Professor Robert Edwards, who pioneered IVS. There was an awful lot. There was an awful lot at your school, Pollyanna. I think it's great that you got to go there. If I were younger and smarter and was born in a different part of the world, I think it would have been so cool to be there. Robert Harris. Blue, Robert Harris books are good too. Seatbelts. $25,000 feet. 124.3 is CTAF. Let's do our groovy little way of checking when there's no ATC, how we're doing coming on in. So what we do is we come over to MCO and we click it. And then we take a look at arrivals. So yeah, you can see there's 2 arrivals here. A United 441 and another one 2 hours later. I mean, look at this. I'm arriving at 2245 Zulu. The next arrival is 0034 Zulu. I don't think we have to worry about congested traffic on this arrival. I don't think we have to worry about traffic congestion on this arrival. We'll just have to wait in line for our butterbeer. Your daughter went to Oxford. She walked the same cloisters as Alexander Fleming, and that was the person who found penicillin. See, there was an awful lot that, we've learned to count on in our modern lives that came from that little island. And an awful lot of wisdom from centuries of being there. Lovis got your master's in counseling from the College of William and Mary. That was founded in 1693. And that has a bit of an Oxford-Cambridge vibe. No kidding. 1693, the College of William and Mary. That's pretty cool, Lovis. That's right. It is a college that is older than the country it stands in. How about that? A college. Hi, Tyler Dog. Thanks for coming in today. Insert a joke about Oxford and the need for pests. Well, yeah, you could sure do that. I don't think that problem you're talking about was exclusively limited, though, to Oxford. It was probably at several other places, too. It's a good school. Loviz got in on super secret probation. As long as you didn't end up in the Delta House, right there, Loviz? It would make sense that it has an Oxford vibe because it was built in their image. Martel's calling in tonight. Good night, Martel. Thanks for being here. Thanks for staying up really late. Have a wonderful evening. We'll catch you next time. Good couple of days. Thank you for being here. And there's a reason that Harvard is in the city of Cambridge. Dad Game Time's son graduated from the Naval Academy. Not sure if the UK equivalent would have been Sandhurst. Yeah, that was an Animal House reference. You got me there, Big J. And here is Loviz's school. William and Mary. It started here. It would have been the Britannia Royal Naval College. Yep, Big J, you got it. I'm just trying to remember, thank goodness it wasn't. I'm trying to remember what was the fraternity, the bad guys. So the Deltas were John Belushi, and Niedermeyer and Kevin Bacon were in the bad guys. And I can't remember their sorority. Fraternity, not sorority. Whoops, got that one mixed up. That was a training center. 18,000 feet, almost time to reset the altimeters. For RAF, okay, so that's where I would have wanted to go. Army was Sandhurst. RAF would have been RAF Cranwell. That's where I would have been camped out of, if I was younger and wiser and not nearsighted, camped out, begging them every day, please take me into there. And altimeter, standard, and standard. The Omegas, that's who they were. Thanks, Dad Game Time. They were the Omegas. Man, I haven't seen that movie in forever, too. Thank you. That would have bugged me. I might have had to have watched that movie tonight, Dad Game Time. No, Dad Game Time. When you say that, you have to spit it out. Pledge pen. I think you have to do that. Polyot's military school was the Duke of York Royal Military Academy. It was a military boarding school on the cliffs of Dover. I know, for someone who was young like you were at that point in time, it was so far from civilization, it had to have been terrible. You were so far away. Oh, St. Elmo's Fire, that school movie. Man, there are some stars. I remember when that movie came out. They're just not, they got older, didn't they? I mean, you think, one of them is Sam Seaborn in the West Wing, and that's now about 20 years old. So, it's crazy. You hated it until I was old enough to be boarding house master, and then you loved it, really? Hey, Captain Chris, thanks for coming in on a Monday. Welcome aboard. Something about being a juvenile delinquent. St. Elmo's Fire was Georgetown. Yeah, I remember that movie too. I remember that one. That was one of the movies that back when it came out and I was young enough to appreciate it, it did get to me and it stayed with me for a long time because I knew that that was a world I was just never going to be a part of. And there were a few times in my life where I felt like that, but Blue Angels, is GSX for any airplane? Yep, GSX works with any airplane. Now, the level of it working is different. The level is going to be different for you as far as GSX. Like, it works completely with this airplane and not so much with PMDG airplanes anymore. Sadly, no. Poliot went because your grandfather convinced my father, who was serving in the RAF, that it would be good for you. Joke's on him. I tell him a turn again. Oh my gosh. Breakfast Club. Yeah, that was probably a little bit more me. I was always the one who, I was never in trouble and never had to go and do detention, but I always felt like I was in trouble. I always felt like I was in trouble. And really it was, you know, since I was a 7-year-old, I always felt like, you know, I was just one step ahead of being in trouble. I didn't mean to be, but. Dad Game Time's son is retired from the Navy, finished his master's, works in D.C., but wants to go to law school. Had to have a heated discussion of no, absolutely not. Dad Game Time, you want to convince your son not to go to law school? Just go and rent the movie, The Paper Chase. I'm not kidding. John Houseman as Professor Kingsfield, that's when I decided that I had no business being a lawyer. Scared the socks off of me. It's sort of like, that, I'm not going to be able to do that. You want to get somebody, you know, teach them not to be a lawyer? Watch The Paper Chase and Professor Kingsfield. I watched it when I was really, really low, you know, young at the time, but oh my gosh, that had a real effect on me. A real effect on me there. I'd also at that time seen, because Professor Kingsfield, John Houseman was also Mr. Bartholomew in Rollerball. I mean, that guy played some scary roles. He was also one of the old heads of the CIA in Flight of the Condor, 3 Days of the Condor. I mean, he played some scary, scary dudes. So I always felt like that guy was scary. Let's see. Poliot would put him through law school, guarantee him a place at one of your U.S. offices if he wanted to. He could make all the money without the grunt work. Hunter Girl is in on a 3-stream streak. Hi, Hunter Girl. Hi, welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. Hope you're doing good. Are you working today, or is it a day off for you? Blue's mom wants you to pursue a career as a defense solicitor, and you'd be really good as a defense attorney. Well, I mean, you know, go watch Boston Legal and watch Alan Shore, you know, the James Spader character. You know, he was a very good defense attorney. I get it. We're talking about, you know, media, you know, movie attorneys and TV attorneys as opposed to the real ones. But they tend to rock our world, so there you go. He has to do undergraduate and master's, wants to do, it would be okay, just no trial work. If you want to do defense, then do it properly. Become a barrister like me. Solicitors just do the grunt work, and the barrister does the real work. And you get to have a really cool name like barrister, right? And you have a whole series after you as well, Rumpole of the Bailey. Although there were lots of series like that one. That was one of those series that our family kind of watched here in the U.S. and enjoyed. We liked Rumpole of the Bailey, All Creatures Great and Small, and Doctor Who. 20-mile range. And the airplane is handling our descent like an absolute pro. Says it like a little bit of speed brake here. Cabin's ready. Huge pressure on you after a period of time to develop a reputation in the courtroom. Yeah, I'm sure I'd develop a hell of a reputation in the courtroom. Probably for gavel whacks and findings of contempt. Bryler Gaming, that's one of those series that actually I totally missed. I never saw LA Law. Never saw it. All right, everything's good there. We're finally slowing down a little bit. There has been a lot of damage to the system. Yeah, Polyot's right. There's some big damage. As you get older, you realize that the bench is full of people you didn't think when they were younger. Let's see. Love is like the law books and movies from John Grisham. And I'm going to take control of the speed and continue down to 3,000 feet. Speed brakes, auto brakes, flaps. Blue has got them. You haven't read John Grisham in a while. There is a book, and I never finished it. John le Carre's last spy novel was basically, it was the last chapter for this spy that you've heard us yap about every now and then, George Smiley. And I was looking through my Kindle books and discovered that I have not finished it. So that's what I've got for days off, is I get to finish that one. Probably going to start it from the beginning, though, just because I need to refresh myself on that. And if you don't recognize that, that's sort of like a continuation of Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Ben just came back with a resub. Ben's been here for 48 months. Thank you for a really nice resub. And thank you for coming in. I really appreciate it. Thank you for being here. Ben, thank you for a 48-month run of support here and helping me to keep my silly little world going. Let's see. JSG Droid says, West Wing, LA Law, ER, Hill Street Brews are your go-tos. Those were good. Let's see. We did Hill Street Blues. That was when I was an intern at a TV station at an NBC affiliate when Hill Street Blues was on, and it was really big at the time. And then Miami Vice started almost immediately after that. Loviz says West Wing is now on Netflix. Polyot has not done trial work in the U.S. No intention, but doing so made it easier for you to make a senior partner. Blue Angels, yes, it should work for the A320 from AnyBuilds. Good night, Marty. Thank you for coming by today. I appreciate you taking time to stop by, and I hope you have a really good week. We'll be back live stream. Next live stream is going to be Thursday, and we'll be doing VFRing, getting ready for Oshkosh. So we'll see you then. Oh gosh, it'll be Oshkosh. JSG Droid, you watched West Wing a year ago. I really like that series. I have it on... I have all the DVDs, and then I also repurchased it on iTunes. So I'll pop in every now and then. They have some absolutely fabulous ones. Perfectly timed flight. Dinner's in about 30 minutes. Thank you for being here for this flight. I know you're on vacation. Thank you for coming in on your vacation. It's great to get to, you know, check in with you like this too, because kind of it's like we get to go on vacation too in a way. It does hold up. I'm really surprised how well West Wing holds up. I also watched the last Aaron Sorkin thing. I watched it through once on Newsroom. I kind of stopped after that though. It hit a little too close to home for me. Oh, there's a monster-in-law. Well, you can always hide out here and we won't blow your cover. It's very important, serious work that you're up to right now. Orlando traffic, United 441, short finals, landing ILS 18 right, Orlando. And 5 mile finals, speed to land, flaps 3, gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. Somebody could end up being left on a raft floating in the ocean. Now, if you've got to resort to that, make sure you don't leave fingerprints, okay? And if anybody asks, you were at the tiki bar at the other end of the island when it happened. That's when I'm at home on my PC, as it has a screen with Twitch chat in case. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm afraid we were being a little bit naughty about the airline that must not be named. We were having a little bit of fun. The 25th steps down. John Goodman really was impressive in that role, right, JSG Droid? Paulie, you have people decorating and moving us into the new house. So you're going to go, oh, is that the... Oh, so when you get back, you're going into the new house at that time. Really? Okay. Important rule about your new house, all right? If you find any Roman coins in the lawn, don't tell anybody.
500.
I know. When that happened, JSG Droid, that was a yikes moment. It absolutely was. It was absolutely a yikes moment.
100 above. Minimum.
Landing.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, drive.
Minus 292. All that floating sure didn't do me much good, did it? It really didn't do me much good. Orlando traffic, United 441, clear of runway 18 right, crossing 18 left, taxi to parking. Happy landings, watch out for alligators, Orlando. Flared a little bit too early. I think I do that, Blue. I do flare a little early. Pauliot is actually, that's right, moving into the city. It's less of a commute. There was also lightning, yes. I got a real charge out of the lightning. Diamond Mike, thank you so much. You have no idea how much I appreciate you taking the time to say that. I do miss, you know, checking in. This is an important, you know, the live stream isn't just about me, you know, keeping my lights on. The way the world is right now, the way my career ended, stuff like that, the live stream for me is really an important part of my life. It's how I connect with the world and stuff. And things on Tuesday and Wednesday get really, really quiet sometimes. So I do miss getting to, you know, check in, see what's going on, and all. I really do. So I appreciate you missing, and I do too. But I also really just need to spend 2 days and not say anything. Otherwise, my old guy voice here would just completely fry. It would absolutely fry. Captain Chris, yes, just like, and I'll show it to you as soon as we get to the gate. I'll show you as soon as we get to the gate here what it is that I did to fix it, okay? So GSX, we're going to, let's see, Airside 3, Gate 47. Well, no Gate 47. It's two gates that we've come into that there hasn't been a gate. That's probably pretty good. Parking brake. APU should be up and running. APU is good. Engine number 1, engine number 2. And we'll come over here and we'll turn off the transponder. We'll reset the rudder trim for the next crew. Before we go, we're going to go fuel pumps. And we'll also do ADIRS 3, 2, and 1. We're done with the airplane, so we'll also do crew supply of oxygen. By now, we can go ahead and do beacon, and we can do seat belts. We're going to ask it to deboard the airplane, and we made it. Oh my gosh, there's that thunderstorm over there. So, Vincent, we're going to probably wrap it up after this. CT Aviation, thank you for saying so. You make my day a lot better too. Again, like I was just saying, it's not just about keeping the bills paid for me. You make my day a lot better. As I've said several times, I don't know where I'd be without this live stream, but probably not in a good place. So I'm super grateful that you're here. The problem that we ran into, okay, so what happened? We were trying to load into the 737 MAX 8, and that was yesterday, and we had a new livery, and we thought it had something to do with the livery, because you know what happens when you start Microsoft Flight Simulator. You start it, and you're in walk-around mode, where you walk around and stuff. And to be able to get into the sim, you have to do Shift+C, and that's how you get into the cockpit, right? And not only could we not hit Shift+C, we couldn't walk around the airplane using the keyboard. We couldn't even hit Escape to get out of the keyboard. So I got up early this morning and I was looking around and I decided to check keyboard settings. And what I found over here on the keyboard was that the general control here, right here at the top, had been changed. It had been changed to something that said My New General Profile. It's right here. And I couldn't push any keyboard. Nothing worked. So I shifted it and I changed it to Keyboard 2024 Transversal. That was the default keyboard profile that came with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, just like we had one back in 2020. So I reset that one, and then I got out of the sim and back in the sim, and I loaded up the Boeing 737 MAX with the Polish airline lot livery in Warsaw, and everything
Reinforcements
worked.
incoming.
Everything
More
worked.
agents
So
joining
my
the spotlight.
guess is that that is what was the problem that we were having yesterday. Now, JSG Droid was having the same problem that I was having, and JSG Droid was, I don't know if that fixed it for JSG Droid, but these were the kind, that's what was going on. Polyot says that sometimes our settings, which are saved in the cloud, and then I think probably pop back in as we're loading it, sometimes they come in corrupted or something, because I can't figure out how that got changed. It's certainly not something I would have changed. So that's the fix. I did a short video on this, and I'll put it over on YouTube tomorrow. I loaded up a lot of livery and then Nicolette Larson, and then you did the Nicolette Larson joke. That's right. And if you don't know, Nicolette Larson did a song a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away called Lot of Love. So there you are. And in the middle of all this, we got a really, really nice raid from Athens Controller. Hi, Athens Controller. Hey, we got to come back and fly in the Greek islands. We flew elsewhere today, but we've got to go and do a nice Greek island hop. We were at Skiathos, so I was thinking we go to Thessaloniki or something like that soon. But that would be a nice thing to do. And but thanks for the raid. We are wrapping up just a little bit early. A lot of ATCs calling it a day and wrapping up here. So we're going to go and start wrapping things up. There is a live streamer here named DeLorean. And DeLorean does all sorts of games. Today, DeLorean is flying Flight Sim. And one of the things is DeLorean does what I used to do. And every now and then, I think on Fridays, you can go and enjoy, watch DeLorean do what I used to do, because he's able to live stream from the studio of his TV station. So that's a really cool thing that DeLorean does. And I do recommend that if you get to see it, just so you can see behind the scenes. Polyot's got a really great dinner tonight. It's got lobster and steak and really good food. Polyot, have a really good time. I can't wait to hear about your wonderful vacation adventures. And I'll keep an eye on Discord for that. Loviz is taking off on a vacation to Mexico City on Thursday, and that means we're going to get lots of really, really good pictures of food from Mexico City. So can't wait to hear about your vacations. I will be diving in and out of Discord over the next few days. Be sure and look up and see. Look up VATVenture and be ready to go with the VATVenture stuff, so that we can fly into beautiful downtown Oshkosh on Sunday, and we got to be practiced up for that. So if you're on YouTube, thank you for watching on YouTube. It's going to go to color bars and be done for the day. I can't wait to see you on Thursday. If you're on Twitch, go and say a big hello to DeLorean. I think DeLorean's doing crazy flying right now, so that should be a good time. I will look forward to seeing you on Thursday. I will miss you between now and then. Willie, thank you for coming in. Bryler Gaming, thank you for being here. Let's go see DeLorean. Have a really, really great evening. I will see you on Thursday. Thanks for the support, too, but thanks for being such great Flight Sim friends. Stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers.